Recording in progress.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock on July 20th. So I will now call to order the Douglas County Board of Commissioners meeting for July 20th, 2023. The first part of this meeting, so I have some general announcements to make. First of all, let's go through the call to order and then the Pledge of Allegiance, and then I can make those announcements. So at this time, I'd ask you to all please stand and remove your covers, if so appropriate, and have Commissioner Charlotte Hales lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. As the public will notice, the first portion of this meeting is a joint meeting with our audit committee, and so we're joined today by those 5 members. The audit committee has not had anything on their agenda prior to now, so they haven't selected a new chair or a vice chair this year yet. So anyways, we welcome back Ms. Terry Rankin as the chair. Thank you. Mr. Tim McCoy as the vice chair. Thank you. And also Jessica Sales as a member of that board, and Martha Sauerkraut, right? Did I get that right? No. Schurman. I had that problem when you were interviewing too, didn't I? Yeah. So anyways, I don't think I'm going to ever get that one right. There's other names where I have butchered and I've been able to correct those, but I don't think I'm going to ever get yours right. But anyways, welcome and thank you for joining us today. In that process, we have the first part of this meeting is devoted to the joint meeting with the audit committee, and then based on timing of that, how long that meeting takes, we will determine whether or not we can accomplish the liquor board and other items after this meeting. We will take a break after the audit committee so that they can go ahead and resume the rest of their day in whatever they need to do. So, and then we'll determine whether or not where we are on the agenda and determine whether or not we want to take a break then or do some other items before we take a break for lunch. But we will be taking a break for lunch today. Also, there's a number of items that are on the agenda, both on the administrative agenda of the audit committee and the administrative agenda of the Board of Commissioners that are marked for presentation only items, and we generally do not take public comment on presentation only items. So if you wish to present public comment in regards to presentational items, whether it be the audit committee or the Board of Commissioners individually, then we ask you to do so during your opening public comment at this time. And then we'll proceed with the rest of the day. I hope that's all clear. I also ask you to kindly silence your electronic devices so that when members of the public approach the podium, your phones don't, or other devices do not go off during the middle of their comments. So at this time, public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin and then a yellow light which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and again for closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, we ask you to please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. Public comment will not be taken on liquor board agenda items. If you would like to provide public comment on liquor board agenda items, once again, please provide your public comment during the opening public comment session or at the closing public comment. I did want to indicate if there's things that are on our administrative agenda, we will not be hearing those until after lunch today. So if you've come to talk about those items, of course, opening public comment on presentational items that are on the administrative agenda can be heard now. But otherwise, those items that are on our administrative agenda will be heard afternoon today. So we're not sure when our lunch break will occur. It all depends on how long the audit committee takes, and then we'll see whether or not we can squeeze in the liquor board items. But regardless, we'll take a break before we go into our administrative agenda. So with that, and Mr. Rice, our vice chair, will be controlling the timing clock. So with that, public comment.
Robert Pullman, for the record. On Tuesday night, the public was presented with the Buckeye Creek mitigation concept study. This is on your agenda today, but not a presentation only. It was a very enlightening presentation, and you really need to look at how they show how the present floodplain exists and how it could be lowered. This has an impact on another agenda item called the Judicial Center. The Judicial Center is in areas where you're in the floodplain. And I know that that piece of property isn't just for the Judicial Center. Maybe within the next 50 years, you hope to consolidate all of the county's administration into that area. So it's very important. And the one thing that was brought up that you really need to ask for is a cost benefit of possibly doing what this concept says. As far as the Judicial Center, I just want to point out, to make it lawfully in the county seat, you're going to have to ask Mr. Parks to annex property between the existing developments in Minden and the Judicial Center to put it into the county seat. So you should think about that. The other thing I just want to leave with you is a definition is called the cost of money. And seeing as you have your audit committee here, you really need to look at what the cost of money is. It's a calculation that's done for government contracts. I spent a lot of time when I worked building submarines for the Navy, that every month when we did our costs, we also had to calculate the cost of money for the Navy. And you really need to look at that, especially on large items like $40 million for this study, $40 million for the Judicial Center, Muller Parkway. You always get amazed when you go out for bid and find out you don't have enough money to do what you would like to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is H. William Brooks. I'm speaking regarding Ordinance 2023-1620 on your agenda item 1 today. The purpose of this exercise is government overreach to enhance authority of a moribund, dysfunctional entity by non-resident appointees at the expense of hapless domestic property owners whose properties happen to be zoned commercial. I'm disappointed that the background material submitted by the staff in this ordinance portrays the proposed amendments as having no opposition and conveniently omits significant repeated stakeholder opposition over the past 2 years of meetings. An example is a 30-minute gap on the 28 April 21 meeting where almost unanimous opposition was voiced during the trade gap with no mention in the resulting minutes. It should be noted that the Brown Book is an unapproved, unscholarly effort by a layman attempting to introduce foreign architectural standards unreflective of the actual Genoa architecture. Perhaps in this exercise you may also wish to consider restoring the historical preservation jurisdiction and administration back to the Genoa Town Advisory Board, where it was from its inception in 1974 to 1995, thereby again streamlining the historical review process through local residents. You may also wish to address the spot zoning of residentially zoned properties excluded from GHGC jurisdiction, which is interspersed amongst commercially zoned properties along Main Street, and why 2/3 of the recognized historical structures are exempted from GHGC jurisdiction by virtue of being zoned residential. Lastly, the historic district is attempting to enhance its authority by attempting to find a non-existent problem to validate an unnecessary solution. Hopefully, in vetting this proposal, you will approach it with the skepticism it deserves. I ask that my remarks and supporting data be submitted for the record.
Thank you for waiting.
Ian McGarry. I'm back here again to talk to the Board of County Commissioners to discuss our flooding issues we're having in our neighborhood. To support this, and so the Board of County Commissioners could understand the issues better, they asked the previous county manager and his team to develop a report on the issue, to go through and dig through all the historical documents on the neighborhood and get to the bottom of the issue. They sent that to us, and they sent that to all the residents of Pinion Ridge, and even Tom Dallaire and Jeremy Hutchins have come around and actually had one-on-one meetings with some of us. As a neighborhood, we all got together and had a meeting very recently as well to discuss this, and what everyone was kind of dismayed to see is that the actual report was meant to deceive the reader, and thus you, because it is presented to you first. So one of the leading remarks inside that report stated a section of the land division application 01083, and what they say about it is condition 8G required a restricted use area to be recorded 50 feet each side of a high water mark of a blue line drainage course. What they left out, though, is some key words, which later on become the crux of their argument, which was that the verbiage drainage easement, which appears in the land division application over and over and over again, and is synonymously used with the private drainage channel. It talks about this over and over again. In fact, the way that 8G really reads is it says a restricted use area and drainage easement, that's the word that they left out, extending landward 50 feet from both sides of the high water mark of the blue line drainage courses running through the property as identified on the USGS Gardnerville 7.5-minute quadrangle map on the topography map submitted on the final map. All drainage easements shall be shown as private. So they purposely left that word out, which changes everything, because now they're saying that, well, nobody can do anything back there because it's only a restricted use area. It's not a drainage easement. When in fact, the opposite is true. There's a drainage easement surrounded by a restricted use area. The other thing that disappoints us is they start minimizing the actual magnitude of the water that comes through the property. Of the 460 acres worth of water that collects in the property down at the flood zone A, 378 acres worth of the total of that 460 acres worth of watershed comes by at 122 cubic foot per second. So that's like having 915 gallons of water running past you every second. Or me, I'm 6 foot high. If you put a 6 foot high me this way, a 6 foot high me this way, and then made that 3.5 feet deep, that much water coming by every second. That's no little thing. They're calling it a trickle channel. We need to have a meeting to discuss this. Somebody's going to get hurt.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim McGarry. Obviously, you guys are very familiar because we've been here several times trying to get this rectified. We wanted to be back here today because we have met with the homeowners. We're all in agreement that something needs to be done. We're very disappointed in the county report misleading you because you've asked them to do a deep dive historically into the documents, and what they gave you back was omitting words and giving you maps that are current and not what was done at the subdivision time. On one of the conditions of approval, it's initialed on every line that these conditions were met, and one of them was to make that restricted use and drainage. It's initialed off that that was going to be on the final map, and apparently that might have been missed at the time. However, all the documents read that this water was to be made into a drainage easement and called private and maintained. If you look at the engineered water reports in the land division application and on this said property, it is a massive amount of water. It has never been referred to as a trickle channel. The drainage report, as my husband told you, conveys 122 cubic feet per second. We saw on June 11th, and almost got flooded again with 4 feet deep water rushing. It's now hitting Joe Lane incorrectly, and it's wiping out the infrastructure and it's wiping out the utility lines. What they advised you was that we somehow should be able to manage this water. Well, if we let it breach onto our properties, the only hit it can take is to our wells and our septic and our homes because of the lay of the land. We cannot make water go uphill. If we continue to let it go down the power line, which they didn't let you know was a power line that they wanted us to engineer, that's a Nevada easement. We as well don't have jurisdiction over to be engineering anything onto an easement. So there's no way for us to manage this water. It was called a channel at the time. It flowed westerly and collecting at Joe Lane, exactly how the maps show, and the channel was to be maintained to pass the water. So this needs to be rectified. We cannot let it continue to come towards our power lines and then cause a fire or anything else. So we're asking that you put on the agenda. We all sit down together. We look at the historical documents so that you can not be misguided by what the county is trying to do now. And I'm not sure what the motive is to put that much flood water onto someone's pre-existing neighborhood. But again, we're asking that you guys put us on the agenda. And we're here with some of the homeowners on that property. And they've also, the lady at the bottom of that watershed had been experiencing flooding coming her direction for several years, not knowing what that was from. So we're not the only properties being affected, even within the neighborhood. The people at the bottom of the hill are being affected. So we're asking that you guys do the right thing and get us on there so we can get this fixed as it was written to protect all the neighborhoods, ours and theirs. Thank you.
Sylvia DeHart. I live on lot number 35 on Cortez Lane in the area that we're talking about right now. And my husband and I organized a meeting of the homeowners from both Sheep Camp Road and Cortez Lane to talk about this issue and to get it out in the open and hopefully come to a resolution. And we all agreed that we want to fix it, but we want the county's assistance. I called our county commissioner, Mark Gardner, and invited him to the meeting, and he said he had to check with the county DA and legal team if he could do that, and they denied him the access to come and talk to us. He gave my number to Tom Delaire, who called me, and I invited him, and he was forbidden from coming as well. And he said that county came up with a process, a plan to deal with this, where we had to pay for a surveyor to change the map because the words easement were not located on the map, even though in the documentation, like Ian just talked about, it's a restricted use area around a drainage easement. And so they're trying to tell us that we have to correct something that was incorrectly made 20 years ago on our dime. The other thing that Tom told us is that we would have to hire an engineer to engineer the drainage ditch on our dime and bring it to the plan, to the county planning commission, and then here to you guys to vote on it, paying all kinds of exorbitant county fees to do this. This is not right. Our county commissioner is here to serve us. The engineers that you've hired in the county are here to do engineering. They shouldn't be telling us to get another firm. And so we just want to get this taken care of. We want our neighbors to be safe, and so we want it on an agenda item coming up so that we can talk about it and have a resolution. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gary Dehart. I live at 1141 Cortez. That was my better half who just got done speaking. Back in 2015, we hired a builder to build our house on our property, and he showed us an approved county map. And at that time, everything seemed very black and white to us, and that he impressed upon us that we had a designated drainage runoff area that ran right through the middle of our property. And he told us you have to build your house either on the back side of the property or on the front side. You couldn't mess with this designated runoff area in any way whatsoever. And I thought it was a done deal. Before I go on, I want to tell you guys that I have a 40-year working career in nuclear power with extensive experience in nuclear quality assurance. And the one thing that makes nuclear power work so well is everything is standardized. Everybody knows what the requirements, the rules, everybody knows what good looks like. But what I can say in this particular circumstance is after the extensive research done by my neighbors, having looked at the different plans and the superseded plans and the definitions and the footnotes, the only thing I can see is that's consistent is inconsistencies. And we very much want to fix this, but we're looking at all these different plans with all these different rules and footnotes where you're using different words interchangeably that mean different things. And, you know, we want to do the right thing, but we can't because we're afraid to go forward because the plans are about as clear as the mud that runs down when we have major rain runoff. So, you know, I've never been sued. I never want to sue anyone, and I hope it doesn't come to that. But rather than fight my neighbors, all of us are in agreement, we want to fix this issue. I'd rather put it on you guys because I believe that we, the homeowners, we had nothing to do with these changes in these plans to make them clear as mud. You guys have a major hand in that. And I would like to see you guys do what's right and fix these plans to give us the marching orders so we know exactly what's required, what we can do and what we can't do to take care of this problem. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Russell Carpenter, and I'm here with Reve Colatorti, and she lives at 1163 Cortez Lane. We attended the meeting of our neighbors, and the one thing that stands out is, and I'll just agree with what Gary had to say, is that what the county has proposed is spaghetti, and we need to have something that looks more like a 2x4. And we have to, if we have to have tractors come in and make new drainage cuts across multiple owners' properties, we need your authority to do that, because we individually don't want to be sued if there's another flood and it runs down onto somebody else's property. So you are the ones that are the decision makers. Everybody has been pointing at each other, saying, no, it's their responsibility, it's their responsibility. Well, the buck stops right here. And so what we would like is we would like to get on the agenda so that we can present this properly rather than on public comment. And that's what we're here to request, is to get our own agenda item. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Patty Snyder. This is Lisa Coffrin. And we're a member of our local Carson Valley Picklers Group. And we'd just like to thank you for considering a vote of approval for the Bynum Sports bid to construct outdoor pickleball courts at the community center. They have constructed many tennis and pickleball courts throughout the western half of the country, several of them in Carson City, Reno, and the Tahoe areas. Ever since the community center started beginner clinics, our group continues to grow and more courts are needed. Additional courts will also alleviate the community center's scheduling of other functions they hold indoors, while allowing us to continue playing this most addictive sport without interruption. With the addition of more courts, tournaments can be held, which would bring a good amount of income to our community. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the country for young and old alike. The game helps us old folks feel young and alive again. And these young boys who I'm babysitting today, they love to play pickleball as well. When some of the high school students are at the gym while on school breaks, they join in with us from time to time. Thank you again for your consideration, and we would like to show our appreciation with a little gift for you.
If I
If
can
you don't
approach the
mind.
bench,
May we?
would that be okay?
Okay.
I appreciate you asking permission to approach the bill. Yep.
We also have a little gift for Scott Morgan and the Park and Rec staff, so thank you all so very much for it.
Thank you. Yep.
Take care.
I think Scott's on vacation right now looking at other pickleball sites, so. And I did tell the other commissioners, I said, if anytime you want to get a good crowd at an event, invite put pickleball on your agenda, and you'll get a big crowd, so.
Thank you. My name is Cindy Webb. I am a resident of the town of Genoa. I own 3 properties, and one of them is the Genoa Bar, so we operate a business there as well. I'm here today to read to you a letter that I've addressed to all of you, but I'd also like the general public to have a good understanding of what's going on. You're going to hear a proposal from the Genoa Historic District Commission that has caused an outrage in our community, the town of Genoa. The efforts of the Genoa Historic District Commission to create another layer of regulations forced upon the commercial/residents who own property within the historic district is taking things too far. In addition to changing code 20.680.010, they eventually will approach you with taking over jurisdiction from the county commissioners to their board, the Genoa Historic District Commission, also known as the Commission. For they want to have oversight of signage, lighting, fencing, paint color, outside architectural design, and roofing within the historic district, specifically residential/commercial, which is approximately 18 of the 23 existing businesses. These types of changes to the code have more of a CC&Rs or HOA feel to it, and the commission is trying to slide this through unnoticed to the public. They are not being transparent with the homeowners and businesses. Shouldn't they be informed by mail? This seems to be an effort to somehow uniform our town instead of recognizing the eclectic charm it has brought for 172 years. There is a variety of architecture in Genoa. There is utilitarian design, ranch-style homes, and even a Victorian home-style neighborhood where the district boundaries go right through the middle of some of these properties. The mission of this commission is supposedly to preserve and protect the town. As I mentioned, 172 years this town has existed, and beautiful improvements have come to blossom over the years with road improvements, historic statues with unique stories, and the preservation of a small town atmosphere. Over the years, different owners have brought a unique touch of antiquity without additional regulations. We don't need another layer of regulation. These, can I keep going?
Do you have much more?
No, half a page.
Half a page is too much. Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Okay. The last meeting I went to lasted 2 hours and 15 minutes because one of the commission members kept saying she was confused and a lot of things had to be repeated and explained over and over again to her. Our community, those who know about this, are outraged at this proposal. Why should we be treated any different when we pay our fair share of taxes? We give back to the community, offering services and goods, and we respect the antiquity of this eclectic community, and we resent this approach of more government regulations. We don't need it.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Connolly, and I'm one of the homeowners, property owners that got affected by the flood on Cortez and the sheep camp area. And I'm here today because I want to put on the record that in the report it said that it was, one of the reasons was because it was a 500-year storm. That's not the case. The drainage system in that area, I'm telling you the truth here, has been a failed system, and it has been for at least 15 years. I drive by there for 15 years, and any resident that lives in that area that long will agree with me. If you look at the drainage system, it's all it does is erode and create crevices. And the drainage system that the Public Works put up 20 years ago isn't even utilized. Why is that? Well, maybe it's because it wasn't designed for an alluvial fan. Maybe it was designed for a channel. You ever think about that? But I'll tell you one thing, NV Energy, there's an easement. And over the years, as I drive by there, that easement is becoming worse and worse. It's been eroded. There's been crevices that are at least 2 feet, 1.5 feet thick. They can't even drive on it. All of the utility poles are there. They can't use the easement, NV Energy, because of the eroded, because of the failed water drainage system that's been put in place or that's been created. I don't know whether the alluvial fan was created, but it's could be natural, maybe back 23 years ago. But at one time, there's been a channel that come out of the BLM land. It's still there. And so I challenge you, commissioners, today, to put us on the agenda, because I am 99 maybe, that when you see the evidence and the facts laid out, that you're going to agree with us and not the county. I really believe that. So I ask you for your ears to hear us and put us on the agenda. That's what we ask you. We voted you in. That's why you're up there, because we put you there. And you represent us, not government. And we have a voice, and we want it to be heard. All we're asking for is for you to look at what we have. That's all. And I believe you will agree with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hold on for a moment? We have a technical problem here with our time. We got it? We got it? Have we been giving everybody extra money? I was wondering about that, because those 3 minutes sure took a long time each time, so. anyways.
The 3 minutes is fine. It
Oh.
was the 30-second versus 1 minute.
Okay. Okay. Please.
Hello, my name is Amy Cheney, and I am a homeowner in South Lake Tahoe. South Lake Tahoe, it took me 45 minutes to get here. I am here because Harvey's Arena is very loud. Every single time Harvey's Outdoor Arena has a concert, I can hear every guitar solo. I can hear everything that they say to the crowd. I can hear the crowd. I can hear everything. It is so irritating. I live a mile away from Harvey's Outdoor Arena. My godchild sent you an email, which I hadn't read before I sent it to you, but she was like, where's the party? What's going on? This is not right. My bedtime is at 8:30. These things go on. Apparently, now there's something on the agenda for the 24th from 5 till 11 p.m. And what happens is, what I've heard, is they get fined $5,000 for every half hour they go over. Do you think Harvey's Arena cares about a $5,000 fine? No. They go over consistently, and 11 p.m. is too late. My bedtime is 8:30, and I'm sitting there. Earplugs don't work. It shakes the windows. I would like to invite you up to South Lake Tahoe if you are going to Harvey's Arena, and drive out to Myers and see if you can hear it. You can. Whatever they are, the loudspeakers are faced in bi-direction. Now, I will tell you, I hear a lot of stuff. I heard when Steph Curry made the hole-in-one, I could hear the entire crowd go, wow! You know, that's fine. It's once in a while, it's not a problem, but I literally rearrange my schedule every single time there's gonna be a concert at Harvey's. I try and get out of town. I don't invite my grandkids up. This is not right. I live a mile away. I should not have to hear every single concert. I can't have people over for dinner. I was talking to my neighbor who's 74, and she said their windows face it and they rattle, and it's hot. They have to close their windows to try and get some relief, and the windows rattle from the sound. I could go on and on from the complaints that I've heard people hear. That woman was 74. Her bedtime is at 9 p.m. Nick Nolan is 48, and he told me the floors of his house rattle from the bass. So no, 11 p.m., no. If they want to do something during the day, I'm used to the noise during the day, during the summer, no problem. But these Friday night, Saturday night, and sometimes they have rehearsals. That's my weekend. That's the time I'm coming home, I'm trying to relax, I'm trying to, decompress, and literally I'm going out of town to avoid this horrendous noise. And I might even like some of the concerts. It's too loud.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. County Manager, because you really helped me with this process and basically got me to come here 45 minutes away. Please come check it out. It's too loud.
Good morning, Commissioners. Elizabeth Learnhardt here, and I'm talking to you today about TARPA and the recent unpopular decisions they have made. They also have been violating the compact that created them. Rather than preserving Lake Tahoe and its clarity, TARPA wants to increase tourism with all the litter they leave here. This last 4th of July, it was 8,500 pounds of litter that the locals had to remove. TARPA and their employees and their trustees were not part of the volunteers, as far as I know. Why is there no effort to remove the Asian clam from the lake? That's been there for years. Tahoe Environmental Research Center has developed an environmentally safe method to remove it. There is no interest by any agency, including TARPA, to use that method. TARPA doesn't even support the Turk. Today, Reno Gazette and other journals have begged tourists to stay away to let Tahoe heal. Yet the agency is in charge of Tahoe, ignores these warnings and the local residents' needs. They choose self-interest and big developers over us. In case you wonder why I'm bringing this up, it appears that this body has the opportunity to influence TARPAs by choosing members on the board of trustees as well as of the planning committee. Please keep us and Tahoe in mind when you do so. Thank you.
Good morning, Douglas County. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning to the audit committee. Heads up to the core family crew who held good space at the fairgrounds. It was a lot of fun. My first time for the Jalopy event there, and the 4-H and all of the fun factor that went into that. I digress. Jason Gibson on behalf of the House of Gibson, 40-year resident, Douglas County, Valhalla Valley. I've been tracking these meetings for the last 16 months. This is the first time I've seen the audit committee. It's good to see you here. Thank you for doing what you're supposed to be doing. We don't know what that is yet because we challenged the audit council 4 weeks ago and called it a front. Because we haven't seen much action out of the audit council, and we're seeing a blatant misrepresentation of the community interests, capital investments that represent the highest capital investments in the history of this county, which will have a profound and devastating impact on the social fabric of this valley. For the last 16 months, we have been producing a bi-weekly newsletter trying to be of service to our commissioners, to our county, informing them of the megatrends, of the reality that nobody wants to discuss, that everybody would choose to ignore, which you're hearing something of that today in terms of space weather, floods, unprecedented heat, solar flares, world war, nuclear war, unprecedented domestic violence. Not a single response from this commission, from this county, or from law enforcement with regards to the Calendar Change Peace Initiative or any social form or alternative to the status quo. Last week, 2 weeks ago, we were discussing the American Rescue Plan Act funds, $719,000 on the table. I spent over the last 16 months at least 40 hours producing proposal after proposal after proposal after proposal. Not a single feedback, not a single thank you, not a single, giving away complimentary calendars, the best of what we got. Not a single response. Last week, rather than put that money, $719,000 out of $9 million that's been misappropriated and maladministrated by this county for the American Rescue Plan Act, they wanted to spend it on Mueller Parkway. More technology, more utility, nothing to do with humanitarian aid, nothing to do with the localization of our agriculture, nothing to do with alternative energy, solar farms, or what we need to be doing to prepare for the most unprecedented transformation in the history of civilization.
Additional public comment? Seeing no additional public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. We appreciate the public. Anyways, at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Can I have just a few seconds? And I know that Commissioner Tarkanian's light went on too, because
I just need to take a break before we get into the audit committee.
Oh, maybe while he takes a break, I can have 45 seconds.
Well, if we all need to take a break, then maybe that would be right. Why don't you go ahead and take your
Okay.
45 seconds now? And then we can take a
This is the
break.
first time we've gotten a gift, and it's super cute. It has a chocolate with the pickleball court on it, and it's from the chocolate shop, which I am a super fan of this local business. But I kind of don't want any more gifts, even though this is really cute and sweet, and I appreciate it. But I wanted the public to know that we're very aware of 281A.400, which talks about a public officer shall not accept any gift which would tend improperly to influence a reasonable person in the public officer's duties. And I don't believe this meets that threshold because it's a small thing of chocolate. But as much as I appreciate the ladies who are here, I personally am very happy just getting a thank you. And anyway, I just wanted to say that because this is the first time we've gotten a gift.
Thank you. Actually, I think we got a gift from Main Street Gardnerville as well. So anyways, but I hope you're not influenced by chocolate. But I know my wife would be, but I'm not. Okay. So anyways.
You're missing, Jason gave us the calendars too, so.
Yes, that's true too. Okay. Yes. Got us ready. Okay. With everybody's indulgent, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Can we get that done in 5 minutes? Come back and then we'll go into the approval of the agenda. Right? Okay. Thank you. So we're going to resume. So at this time, we're back in order, and I would entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noah to approve the proposed agenda as presented. Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We will now recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Board of County Commissioners, sitting jointly with the Audit Committee. I will continue to run this portion of the meeting. The way that on presentation-only items, we will not take public comment. On those items marked for possible action, we will take public comment. During these items, we'll first ask for comments, questions, or observations by the Board of Commissioners, and then before taking any action on those items, whether it be presentation or possible action, we'll also ask for input, observations, and comments by the Audit Committee. Okay, so that's how we'll operate. Okay, so at this time, we'll go into item 1A. The reason it's numbered 1A is because when we get into our administrative agenda, those are numbered 1 through whatever. And so just to differentiate between the Board of Commissioners meeting and the joint meeting with the Audit Committee, that's why they're numbered 1A, 2B, 2A, and 3, on so on and so forth. So anyways, at this time, for presentation only, item 1A, review of the fiscal year 22-23 financial audit plan by Eide Bailey, and this is being presented by our Chief Financial Officer, Terry Willoughby, and Mr. David Showalter from Eide Bailey. Am I pronouncing that right, Eide Bailey?
Yes.
Close enough.
Terry Willoughby for the record. It is Eide Bailey. And
Okay.
I'll turn it over to David in just a moment. This is a presentation only for the plan for this year's financial audit, or actually last year's now. But I did want to note that the Audit Committee did meet in April of 22, June 28th, 2022. They held a joint meeting with the Board of County Commissioners on November 30th, 2022. They don't have a regular scheduled quarterly meeting. When audit reports are done, then we convene the Audit Committee when there is material for them to review. And we will talk a little bit about the scope of the Audit Committee in the last item. And with that, I'll turn it over to David for his presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Willoughby.
Good morning, Audit Committee. My name is David Showalter, for the record, with Eide Bailey, and we are presenting to you the audit plan for the fiscal year 2023 audit. And I'm going to share my screen, and I'll put the presentation up. So thank you for having us this morning to present to you the audit. Again, my name is David Showalter with Eide Bailey. Also, we have David Morris on the call as well, and he's the audit manager. Between myself and David, we will be leading the audit this year for fiscal year 2023. James Ramsey is one of our other partners in the firm, and he'll get involved with the quality control review of the financial statements when we get to the point where we're ready to issue the report. And Layla Elsamary is our audit senior, and she'll also have meaningful involvement with the audit this year. And we're also happy to just say that this is the same team as last year, so we have a lot of familiarity with the county from our previous experience. Our audit scope, so what are we discussing here? We're discussing the audit of the county's financial statements. So every year the county is required to prepare an annual comprehensive financial report, which we call the ACFR. And that report includes your financial statements along with the related footnote disclosures and other supplementary information. So our responsibility is to audit those financial statements. In addition, we are conducting an audit of your federal programs. We refer to that as your 2 CFR 200 single audit. And so the county, in the course of each year, receives various federal grants Most recently, we've seen the CARES Act funding, we've seen the ARPA funding coming through. The county receives other funding for various projects. So we'll go through a risk assessment and determine which particular programs that we'll audit this year under the single audit. And each year we are required to select different programs based on risk and other criteria. So that'll be part of the audit as well this year. So part of this communication that we have with you this morning is to communicate our responsibility under generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. So the professional standards require that at some point in the audit, we do meet with the audit committee or those charged with governance and communicate certain aspects of the audit. Really just the opportunity to kind of announce to you that we are engaged to conduct the audit and what is our responsibility with respect to the audit, and what is management's responsibility with respect to preparing the financial statements, as well as also having responsibility with internal controls over the financial transactions that go into the financial statements and other matters. So in this particular slide, our responsibility is to express opinions about whether the financial statements have been prepared by management are presented fairly in all material respects in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So again, our audit is planned to obtain reasonable assurance, not absolute assurance. And our audit does not relieve management of its responsibilities. So at the end of the day, these are still management's financial statements, but we will provide an opinion as to their fair presentation. And in the single audit, very similar, we express an opinion on compliance with the applicable major federal programs. So a little bit different with the single audit because we're auditing compliance as opposed to balances and transactions. So the scope is a little bit differently, but we are still rendering an opinion on the single audit. So part of our audit also includes obtaining an understanding of the county and its environment. So every year we go through the process of updating, the understanding of the county from the perspective of its business, its strategy, what are specific inherent risks that may be attributed to the county based on certain activities that it participates in, and how all of that impacts the financial statements ultimately. From the perspective of a material misstatement in the financial statement, or there could be an error, or there could be fraud. So we look at those, understanding the county from the perspective of tone at the top, understanding internal controls as it relates to the financial transactions that roll into the financial statements. In addition, understanding how does the county address these various risks with respect to material misstatements, errors, fraudulent financial reporting. All of that would be, ultimately we're looking for internal controls that would be in place to mitigate those types of occurrences in the financial statements. So part of our audit is to gain that understanding, document those internal controls that mitigate these risks, and in some cases we'll test those controls just to determine that those controls are properly designed and are implemented. In addition,
can I ask a question?
Yes.
As I was reviewing the material, I caught that sentence, no opinion on internal control will be expressed.
Sure. So our responsibility in the audit of the financial statements under our professional standards is to obtain an understanding of internal controls to the extent that the controls are in place and they are operating as designed. But our responsibility in the audit is not to express opinions on the controls. So we're not rendering an opinion that the county's controls are operating effectively. That isn't the extent of our scope of the audit, and we're not required to do that under our professional auditing standards. Under certain types of entities in the United States, including public companies that are regulated under Sarbanes-Oxley, they are required to undergo an audit of their internal controls and have a separate firm give an opinion on those internal controls. But that requirement does not apply to governmental entities or non-public entities in the United States.
So, I mean, I think I heard you say that you look at them and you notice they're there and you want them to be there, but you're not looking at whether they're functioning as intended. Is that accurate?
No, we are looking at them in the sense that if and I'll give you the perfect example, would be something like the approval of a disbursement. So when the county disperses funds for various goods and services, one of the controls that would be in place would be proper segregation of duties over who has the ability to approve the transaction and ultimately who is the one processing that transaction. We want to make sure that there are segregation of duties in that regard. So we'll observe that those segregation of duties exist, and if they don't exist, we would report that out in one of our audit letters. What we wouldn't do is be able to opine on the fact that for every transaction that went through that internal control, that internal control worked every time. We do not opine on that aspect of the internal control, but just the fact that the control exists and we do go through the process of walking through that control just to make sure that the control is properly designed and that in some cases, we might test the control for our own purposes to reduce some of the audit work. But again, we're not giving you an opinion on those controls. That's a separate audit standard that oversees that type of reporting, and the type of audit effort that would be required for us to apply on controls is quite extensive. And in most cases, we would not be able to most likely render an opinion on controls because this would require management to go through a pretty large process to make sure those controls actually work every single time. And that just isn't the scope of our audit. Our audit is just to ensure that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects, but provide reasonable assurance. But in this case, we just put that caveat in there just so that there isn't a misconception that when we do look at controls, we're not giving an opinion on controls. We're just looking at the controls from the perspective of planning our field work. And then in the normal course of the audit, if there are control deficiencies that we identify, we bring that to your attention.
I think that's really important because for me, I do want the auditor to make sure that internal controls are in place.
So
Okay,
let me
so the
ask you a question. Before you go any
our
further,
responsibility is to understand the internal controls and to determine that those key controls that are important for the financial statements are in place. So we do, that is part of our scope.
so I do have a follow-up question to that. Would that demonstrate the difference between our internal auditors, Moss Adams, and this reporting process, or is that not?
And Terry Willoughby, for the record, will speak to Moss Adams during their presentation time. That is a big scope of what they do. I think it's partly the definition of the word opinion that's the sticking point here, because tell me that I know that our auditors look at our internal controls and they do report out to the board and the audit committee when something is awry. So, but it's not an opinion, it's a disclosure, if you might.
Thank you.
Good. And Mr. Showalter, what I failed to mention to the board and the members of the audit committee that are here, I have found it to be beneficial if we ask these questions as we go along, rather than waiting until the end of the presentation and then trying to pull back up slides where we had questions. So I hope you'll indulge us that, and members of the audit committee, if you find yourself needing to ask questions as we go through this, I find it, once again, easier to do so rather than pulling that slide back up and having your question or forgetting your question entirely and not getting your answers. So everybody good? Okay. So thank you, Mr. Stillwater.
Thank you. That's great. So the next slide, again, kind of walking through our responsibility in our communication with the audit committee is to, our professional standards require us to design our audit procedures to provide reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatement, whether caused by fraud or error. And in that process of designing our audit procedures, our professional standards require us to evaluate the financial statements and assess the risk that a material misstatement could occur. So again, our audit standards require that we go through the process of understanding the entity and then identify those areas where we believe there could be a risk of material misstatement. And the professional standards has provided two areas that in most cases, for most entities, is inherently an area of risk. And so those two areas are the management override of internal controls and revenue recognition. And so what the management override of internal controls means is that at some point in the internal controls, there could be an opportunity for a control to be circumvented. And so there's always that risk. And so when we design our audit, we perform audit procedures in order to address that particular risk. And in some cases, that could be pulling journal entries, selecting a sample of journal entries that have been processed during the year to ensure that, not one individual initiated and recorded a journal entry into your accounting system, pulling various disbursement transactions or the recording of revenues to ensure that, again, there are individuals who are initiating and approving those transactions so that there is an expectation of both segregation duties and then as well as that there would be no management override. So we design our audit procedures to address that particular risk. Again, this is a risk area that our professional standards typically default and require us to sort of default that this is a standard risk in most organizations, especially for the county and its size and desegregation or how it's desegregated. And then revenue recognition is another area, again, with the county being a governmental entity, having various revenue sources that it receives. Each one of those revenue sources can have a unique way of recognizing that revenue. And the Governmental Accounting Standards Board has provided different revenue recognition criteria for different types of revenue streams. So like your property tax revenue is recognized in your income statement differently than, let's say, the revenues that you receive at the airport. There's different criteria. And so there's always potential risk that the revenue doesn't get recognized in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So we do quite a bit of revenue testing for the county. We test quite a few of the revenue streams and sample those revenue streams to ensure that the revenue is recognized properly in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And then also the other issue would be that it's recorded in the proper period. And that could always be a risk, especially at year end where there's could be some revenue that the county hasn't received yet. You've earned it, you've incurred you've incurred expenditures associated with, let's say, a reimbursement request, but we're making sure that it gets recognized in the proper period. And then we also have a new accounting pronouncement this year, which is GASB 96, Governmental Accounting Standards Board number 96. This is subscription-based information technology arrangements. So if you recall, last year we implemented a new lease standard, which was pretty extensive. And what this standard is very similar in that if the county has entered into any long-term agreements with various software vendors to provide software services to the county, and usually where we see this could be maybe in a cloud-based computing environment, could be one example would be like your Microsoft license. That's something where you're subscribing to that every year. And so those types of agreements, if they extend beyond 1 year, then the county would be required to report a liability for that agreement, that obligation, with an offsetting asset that goes with it. So I believe the county is going through the process of implementing the standard. And so, again, another area where there is going to be a prior period adjustment associated with the implementation of the accounting principle. And then, of course, since it's brand new to the county, this is an area where we'll spend some additional time in our audit. And then lastly, our responsibility will be at the conclusion of the audit, we will communicate other matters to you in the normal course of the audit. We will provide you with a separate letter that will outline the various qualitative aspects of the financial statements from the perspective of disclosure, accounting policies, any changes to that. We'll report back to you the results of the implementation of the new accounting pronouncements. We'll report back to you whether there were any audit adjustments in the audit this year, and whether there were any uncorrected audit adjustments this year. We'll report back to you if management felt the need to reach out to any other CPA firms on any matters. And we'll also report back to you whether there was any violations of laws or regulations that came to our attention that we need to communicate to you. So this is a letter that we've always presented to you at the conclusion of the audit. And so these are just various items that we have to communicate to you each year. So as part of our required communications to the audit committee, we also communicate our plan, scope, and timing of the audit so that you have an understanding of when Eide Bailly is going to be engaged during the year conducting the audit. We started the audit back in May and June of 2023, and then we will be finishing up the final phase of the audit in September and October of this year, with an expected issuance date right around the end of November of this year. And then the single audit, which is the audit of the federal programs, that work will get started around December, and then we should be able to conclude sometime in the January, February timeframe. The single audit due date is March 31st each year, 2020. So this year will be March 31st, 2024. And then the financial statements, I believe, have to be issued and provided to the state right around that end of November timeframe. So I suspect that we'll be meeting with you again right around the end of November.
I did have a quick question here, and maybe it's more posed to Ms. Willoughby rather than Mr. Showalter, but we're required by the state, if I'm not mistaken, to do this audit and have it to the state by the end of November each year. Is that correct?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, that is correct. However, many agencies do ask for and are granted extensions. I believe last year we were one of the few counties or agencies that submitted our ACFR on time by the November 30th because of the implementation of the new GASB statement.
I know I've also had a number of questions by several general improvement districts of whether or not they are held to the same standards in reporting deadlines. Do you have any information on that?
That's between them and the Department of Taxation.
Okay, thank you.
So the next few slides just provide a kind of an overview of the types of procedures that we perform. I won't go into all of these in detail, but I think I've mentioned earlier that we update our understanding of the county, understanding its environment and its risks. All of that is to help us identify where there could be a risk of material misstatement in the financial statements. We do perform fraud inquiries as part of our audit. So as we are working through the various different audit areas, whether it's cash receipting or revenue recognition or disbursements or payroll, those individuals who are responsible for those particular areas in the county, we do discuss fraud risks. We do discuss whether they're aware of any fraud that may have occurred during the year. And then as we kind of go through that process, we formulate our audit plan, and then we go ahead and start performing our audit procedures. So our audit procedures are addressing the key audit areas. And so if you sort of kind of look at the financial statements, a balance sheet, you're looking at the county's balance sheet, the cash and investments is going to be a fairly large balance. So we obviously spend quite a bit of time making sure that that balance is accurate and complete and exists. Capital assets and receivables and liabilities, all within the scope of our audit. We spend quite a bit of time on that. The county has this year, of course, a new accounting pronouncement, which is GASB 96. So we'll spend quite a bit of time addressing that implementation and testing those arrangements and those agreements to make sure that they are in fact accounted for properly. We do perform a test of journal entries, and so in the normal course of business, the county is of course recording transactions into its accounting system. And then a journal entry tends to be the type of a transaction that's more manual in nature. So we do test those journal entries throughout the year, as well as the journal entries that are processed at the end of the year, just to ensure that those journal entries are, one, properly approved, there's segregation of duties over those journal entries, and there's a business nature with respect to those journal entries. Also, we'll confirm with your legal counsel any contingencies that may impact the county from a financial statement reporting perspective. So that's something we do every year, just to determine if there's any liabilities that need to be disclosed or recorded based on any outstanding litigation. And then we also consider subsequent events. So when we are in the process of concluding the audit in that November timeframe, keep in mind there's about 5 months that have elapsed since June 30th. And so we do consider that 5-month period to determine if anything has occurred, any significant transactions that have taken place that might need to be disclosed in your financial statements. So we're always very interested in your board minutes to determine if there's any agreements or any new liabilities that have been entered into, or any type of a transaction that potentially might need to be disclosed in your financial statements. And then at the conclusion of the audit, we'll sit down with Terry and her team to go through the exit of the audit, discuss any audit adjustments, any findings, and conclude on those types of items, and then provide our final report, and then we provide our required communications back to the audit committee. Any questions on that? Great.
Doesn't appear so.
Okay. And then the last couple of slides are just the new accounting pronouncements that are going to be effective this year. I'm not going to go through these in detail, but the one I've already kind of gone through is GASB 96. That particular standard will have an impact on the county's financial statements. There are a couple other ones. There's an accounting pronouncement, number 89, that deals with accounting for interest costs incurred before the end of the construction period. So this really relates to when you go out and borrow money to construct capital assets, there's a period of time during that construction phase that you would capitalize the interest on that debt. And so what the GASB decided to do was to no longer permit the capitalization of that interest. And so when you do incur that interest on that debt, it would just be expensed as incurred, as opposed to sort of rolling up into the value of the capital asset. GASB 91 deals with conduit debt obligation. And what does that mean? That means that the county has sort of lent its name to maybe an outside organization when they're issuing their own debt. And I think the county has a couple of those examples in its financial statements. I think one of them might be a hospital, the Washoe Hospital, that issued bonds. And so in order for that not-for-profit hospital to access the capital market and the bond market, it required basically the county to sort of lend its name. In no way is the county obligated for that debt. But this accounting standard is providing some additional rules to evaluate whether within that agreement that the county has, let's say with that third party not-for-profit who issued its own bonds, whether the county does have an obligation at some point if the hospital is unable to fulfill its obligation. So there's just some different criteria included in that, and we'll certainly go through and review any of those agreements that are disclosed in the county's financial statements to determine whether there's any change that needs to be made in the disclosure. And then GASB 94 deals with public, private, and public partnerships and availability payment arrangements. So this really gets into in a situation where maybe the county owns an asset and it's a public use asset, and the county basically enters into an agreement with a third party to operate that asset. Some simple examples could be a golf course or a stadium or maybe even a toll road in some cases. So again, this is one of those standards that's more facts and circumstance based. So if the county has anything that might fall into that classification or criteria, we'll look into that to determine if this standard has any impact to the county. And then lastly, we talked about GASB 96, which is a subscription-based information technology arrangements. And as far as I know, the county is working through that process now of evaluating how many of these types of agreements exist, and then is working through the process of having all of these uploaded into its lease accounting system. So that concludes the presentation. I'm not going to go through the new GASBs in the future year, but they are there for your reference. So that concludes the presentation. If there's any other questions.
Commissioners, questions, observations, comments? Members of the audit committee? None? Okay, then I believe that concludes the presentation. We thank Mr. Showalter for that presentation, and I think that's all we have for him today, right? So I don't see any others. So thank you very much, Mr. Showalter.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Very comprehensive report. So thank you. Okay, and that was a presentation only item, so we'll not have public comment on that. We'll go to item 2A for possible action, discussion to approve an 8% increase in the cost of for the existing contract with I-Bailey LLP to prepare the audit of Douglas County's financial statements for fiscal years 22, 23, and 23, 24 for a total increase over the 2 years of $35,332 and authorize the county manager to sign all related contract documents. Once again, presented by our CFO, Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you. Terry Willoughby for the record. As Mr. Showalter noted in his presentation, there is implementation of new governmental accounting standards boards or GASB statements, particularly related to the subscription-based technology arrangements, of which we have several, and there will be additional work needed to review our implementation of that over the next 2 years. And so I-Bailey has requested an increase in their contract of 8% for the final 2 years of their contract. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, questions, comments? Okay. Members of the audit committee? No? Okay. Then this is a possible action item, so we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on item 2A for an 8% increase in the costs for the existing contract with I-Bailey for our financial reports? Public comment? Since no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. If no further comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve an 8% increase in the cost of existing contract with I-Bailey to prepare the audit for Douglas County's financial statements for fiscal year 2022 through 2023 and 23 through 2024 for a total increase over 2 years of $35,332 as presented, and authorize the county manager to sign all related contract documents.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad, to approve the 8% increase for in the cost of the existing contract with I. Bailey LLP as presented. Any further comments, questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. And maybe I should have noticed that the audit committee will not be voting on these items. It's strictly the Board of Commissioners.
They typically would recommend approval first.
Okay. However, I've already gone through through the motion, okay? But I'll do that in the future, okay? Thank you. Okay. We'll go to 3A for possible action. Discussion to approve the Douglas County Federal Awards reports in accordance with the uniform guidance for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022. Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. As Mr. Showalter also noted, the auditors do prepare our single audit report of federal awards. This is the report for fiscal year 2022. The bulk of this information was presented to both the audit committee and the board in November with the comprehensive financial report, but I wanted to bring it as a separate report just to highlight the amount of the federal awards, which are almost $9 million. These are based on expenditures, not on the awards of the grants, but actual federal expenditures. And so you have our corrective action plan. You've already seen that, and the audit findings were already discussed in November. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions, commissioners? Members of the audit committee, questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
so if you'd like, from the audit committee for the, this is Terry Rankin for the record, and then your board can take action.
Okay.
If you wish.
So what we'll do is we'll go to comments at this time. We'll go to public comment, then we'll bring it back. You can call on your board to take action, if so indicated, if so desired, and then we'll take action. Okay? So we are all straight on the procedure. Okay. So at this time, public comment is open regarding item 3A to approve the Douglas County Federal Awards reports. Public comment. That's a recommended.
So you can take that on behalf of the audit committee, and then you guys can take your formal action.
Okay. Okay. So we've just gotten some guidance from legal counsel, that's all. So, and what we propose to do is fine, so that's good. Okay, sensing no public action or public comment, we'll bring it back to this board, and I'll call on the chairman, Ms. Terry Rankin, to determine the recommendations of the audit committee.
All right, this is Terry Rankin, Chair of the Audit Committee. If there's any questions, please present them. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion for the board.
What happened? You're good. Okay. Tim McCoy, just want to recommend for the audit committee that we approve this and then send it to the Board of County Commissioners.
I approve.
Actually, I think you need to second.
I second.
Okay.
Okay, this is Terry Rankin for the record. So I have a motion to approve and second. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, so it's in favor. Mr. Chairman, the audit committee has approved it and sending it on to you for review and approval.
Okay, thank you. So, and yes, that was noted. Mr. Noasad serves on the audit committee as a member, as an appointment from this board. So he had a vote on that regard. So anyways, what I'll do is I'll entertain a motion to approve item 3A, discussion to approve the Douglas County Federal Awards reports upon the recommendation of the Audit Committee.
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Noah, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the Douglas County Federal Awards reports in accordance with the uniform guidance for the fiscal year ended June 22nd as recommended by the June 30, 2022, as recommended by the Audit Committee. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Meet with legal counsel's approval there. Mr. Wadley is sitting in this meeting because he represents the Audit Committee. Okay, good. Okay, so we'll move to item 4A then for possible action, discussion to review and approve the revised fiscal year 21-22 annual comprehensive financial report, better known as ACFR, and approve submission of Douglas County's fiscal year 2021-22 corrective action plan to the State of Nevada Department of Taxation, once again being presented by Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. There were some changes that were noted by the Department of Taxation and required by them. These were not in the actual audited financial statements. These were in supplementary. There's a piece of the ACFR that refers to supplementary information, or RSA. And so they weren't in the audited financials. These were schedules that my staff prepared, the finance department prepared. We have made those revisions, and we also made some changes to the corrective action plan that will be submitted to the Department of Taxation. And this is approval of those items.
Commissioners, questions, comments, observations? Members of the Audit Committee.
This is Terry Rankin for the Audit Committee. I did have a question on the correspondence that went back and forth, and on the social services section, was that resolved with tax and the social services section of the county?
Yes, Terry Willoughby, everything has been resolved. They've reviewed everything I've submitted today and found it acceptable.
Okay, then this is an action item, so we'll go to public comment on item 4A.
Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Council for Douglas County. Speaking in regards to whole systems before the Audit Committee and the Board of County Commissioners regarding the corrective action plan. Part of the corrective action plan is the misleading and misguided policy of the board with regards to the way it rolls into the budget. Hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars in the consent calendar without any public discussion whatsoever, without any review by the Audit Council, without any consideration. They say here that the consent calendar can be adopted with one motion unless an item is pulled by the commissioner or a member of the public. In the last 8 weeks, they've changed their policy. You cannot pull an item if you're a member of the public. They steamroll you every chance they get. And then on the following page, all of the items are rolling into the budget says for possible action, which under the agenda implies that you have a voice, but you don't. Every single one of these action items, they roll into the budget without your knowledge. Says for possible discussion, period. Discussion. For possible action, period. Discussion. They want you to believe that they've actually discussed this or they're going to discuss this when they've already made the decision. Every single agenda item that's on the consent calendar leads us to believe for possible action there will be a discussion regarding that item, and there's not. So what is that? That's another lie is what that is. That's misleading there, Chairman. Board of County Commissioner, Audit Council. Saying one thing and doing another. It's not honor. I watched in the last meeting how you rolled through millions of dollars, unquestioned. Why aren't we using the 22 committees and councils and our norms and procedures to have them go through this material to offer insight, suggestions, and help the board in formulating the policies, in formulating the priorities? That's what they're there for.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, bring it back to the board. Commissioner Tarkanian?
Mr. Garrett had left me a voice message, and I apologize for not getting back with you on this specific issue. It's my understanding, Ms. Willoughby, that these items on the consent calendar were all discussed during our, how many, 6 meetings that we had on the budget? Back in February, I think it was.
I would have to, Terry Willoughby for the record, I would have to go back and look, but we do comply with the Department of Taxation requirements under NRS and the Nevada Administrative Code.
Well, for example, the JLEC building, we've had multiple discussions on that
Correct.
before this has gone on. Okay, thank you.
Typically, what items on the consent calendar are routine budgetary arguments, which can only be legally done if there are additional resources that become available.
Thank you for the clarification. Any additional public comment, or any additional comments from the commissioners? Comments from the audit committee? Sensing none, I will turn it over to Ms. Rankin for a possible recommendation.
Okay, Terry Rankin for the record. Do I have any kind of motion from the audit committee to accept the review and approval of the revised fiscal year 2021-2022 annual ACFR and approval of the submission of the same fiscal year corrective action plan to the Department of Taxation?
Tim McCoy, and I move that we approve item 4A in this agenda.
Second.
All right, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any disapproval? No. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the revised fiscal year 21-22 annual comprehensive financial report and approve submission of the Douglas County's fiscal year 2021-22 corrective action plan to the State of Nevada Department of Taxation as recommended by the audit committee.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve this revised action as submitted. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We'll now go to item 5A for possible action, discussion to review and approve the Douglas County Purchasing Internal Controls Testing Report. Once again, being presented by Ms. Willoughby, and I believe, are you being joined by Ms. Ritchie of Moss Adams?
Terry Willoughby, yes, I am.
Okay.
And I will turn this over to Chelsea to start. And then on this particular item, typically on the internal controls reports, Moss Adams would present the findings, and then I respond, but I will let Ms. Ritchie talk about the findings first.
Thank you, Terry. Chelsea Ritchie with Moss Adams for the record. Very happy to be here with you all today. So today I'm going to be presenting the purchasing card internal control review report. So really the overall focus of this report was to evaluate and test internal controls related to the county's purchasing card function. So this included looking at P-card transactions for proper approval, evaluating initial P-card user acknowledgements of the policies, as well as evaluating support for missing purchase documentation. So how did we do that? I'm not sure if everybody is following along with my report, so I will be going off of page numbers of the report throughout. So looking at page number 2 of the report, looking at scope and methodology, we looked at the P-card manual acknowledgement form. So we obtained a listing of all of the active P-card users as of February 2023. We randomly selected a sample of 10 county employees from various departments, really making sure that there was demonstration that the P-card user had formally acknowledged the P-card manual and doing this before actually getting approved for a P-card. We also looked at P-card purchase support. So we obtained the P-card transaction listing. This was from July 1st of 2021 through December 31st, 2022. We looked at 15 transactions from the listing, and we obtained all support available to really make sure that the purchase was allowable within the P-card manual. We assessed whether the purchase was properly approved and that the approval was documented, as well as making sure that there was support with receipts, invoices, and other supporting documentation per the P-card manual. We looked at split purchases with P-cards. So utilizing the list that I just described above, we looked to make sure that any purchases that were on the same day for the same vendor, we did a test to make sure that there was no split purchases. This can be common, and when people are trying to go without a threshold, to kind of skip a threshold. So we looked at split purchases, as well as looked at department P-card monitoring. So we obtained a listing of all departments that have at least one P-card, and we contacted 3 department managers to really understand their processes, when utilizing P-card usage and spending limits. So I'm happy to report that there were no findings, which is really, phenomenal. We did have a couple process improvement opportunities. So these are lower than findings, but still something that we wanted to highlight for the county. I'll go over these quickly. They're starting on page 3. So number 1, the P-card usage acknowledgement and training. So during our testing to determine whether P-card users had formally acknowledged the P-card manual, we could not locate any documentation that showed that, there had been training prior to this, that anything had really, been used to help users understand the process other than signing the acknowledgement form. We also, number 2, P-card purchase documentation. So during our sample, so that was the 15 transactions that I described above in the methodology, we identified one of those selections that had supporting documentation that really did not fully agree to the purchase amount. The amount was immaterial, so not something that raised high concern, but did want to highlight that as well. Number 3, starting on page 4, Finance Department P-card for emergencies. So during our interviews, I guess I forgot to mention that we had interviewed, people, like I said, from other departments, as well as individuals in the finance department. We realized that there was no P-card in the finance department. And this really highlighted, an area of potential concern, especially when it comes for emergencies. So, typically, the finance department would have a P-card for emergency purchases, that the county might incur. And so we recommend that for swift response in emergencies, the finance department obtains its own P-card. They put it in a secure location and only use it with the chief financial officer's discretion when it's for pre-approved utilization. Last but not least, P-card program manual update. So I did refer a lot of our, making sure that the county was following directions was coming off of that manual. The manual had not been updated since December of 2018. So, you know, like other policies and procedures, really best practices is to look at these, you know, at least biannually. So we recommend that the county look at these, make sure just to ensure that there's no process changes or anything that needs to be updated. That is all I have for the purchasing card internal control report. Any questions?
Questions, commissioners? Members of the audit committee?
Mr. Chairman, Terry Rankin for the record. I'll just have two comments. One is, I think the idea of the emergency P card is excellent because we've had floods and fires and whatever where that could be an issue. And there were some mentions of some other subsection of the counties that had some P card issues. Other than that, I think having the policies and procedures in place was one of the first things, I know some of you are new to the board, that the audit committee had looked at. Some of the policies and procedures in the county were extraordinarily old. So this one's not particularly ancient, but that's something that needs to be kept up.
Tim McCoy for the record. Terry, do we have comprehensive training on P cards for new employees as well as ongoing for established employees?
Terry Willoughby for the record, we have not done that step, primarily due to staffing levels. However, I do purchasing training and I'm doing a session tomorrow, and it is an excellent idea to have regular training on the purchasing card. I agree that the manual should be updated. As a reference point, I started October 1st of 2018 and managed to get that policy approved in December, which I was the old policy was really, really old and bad. So that is a great suggestions from Moss Adams.
For, still Tim McCoy, for emergency purchases when we have natural disasters, things like that, does every department have a P card for that, or is that does that simply go through the county purchasing officer so that can all be accounted for on one card?
Terry Willoughby for the record, right now we can increase the limit on individual purchasing cards, but I believe the changes that Moss Adams are recommending would require an update to the policy. And I'm working with Kara, the new emergency manager, to talk about who's going to house that purchasing card. And that will require an update to the policy. I have worked in several organizations where the finance or purchasing department had a very high limit purchasing card for emergencies. So it's not unheard of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay. While it's obvious to us and the members of the audit committee what a P card is, I don't know that it's obvious to the public. So what we're referring to there is employees that are assigned to authorized purchasing cards so they can go out to vendors and purchase items on basically a county credit card. Is that a good description?
Purchasing cards are designed for small low-value purchases. Correct.
And those limits are based on the department and the
They're based on the policy.
the employee and their policy.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So, very good. Okay. If there's no further questions, we'll go. This is for possible action, so we'll go to public comment on item 5A regarding the Douglas County Purchasing Internal Controls Testing Program, a report.
James McCallum for the record. My corporate experience is in loss control with Safeway. My government experience in going through audits is with the Ranchos. I can sum this up really in 2 words: best practices. If people do things consistently in a way that's prescribed and new people are trained in the same way, so that when somebody calls in sick, the next person is capable of using and knowing the procedures. I think, and I'm sure these things are in place. I think, and I know in the ranchos, and we preach it too, best practices is the corporate term, but I'm sure it's also a government term. Thank you.
Additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Any further questions, commissioners, members of the audit committee? And I'll turn it over to Ms. Rankin for a recommendation out of the audit committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Terry Rankin for the record. I'll entertain a motion to approve the Douglas County Purchasing Card Internal Controls Testing Report as presented.
Tim McCoy, I move that we approve this and forward it to the Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Mr. Chairman, that's been forwarded to you by the Audit Committee.
Thank you. Without further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the Douglas County Purchasing Internal Controls Testing Report as recommended by the Audit Committee.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice, as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0. We have a number of items continuing through this report, and I know that we're approaching the noon hour, but I don't want to delay the audit committee for a lunch. Okay, so we're gonna power through this until we get through with the audit committee, and then we will break after the audit committee meets with us, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back and attend to the rest of the Board of Commissioners business as scheduled today. So at this time, we'll go to item 6A for possible action, discussion to accept the Douglas County Cash Handling Internal Controls Follow-Up Review Report from the county's internal auditors, Moss Adams, and being presented by Chief Financial Officer Terry Willoughby, and again, Ms. Ritchie from Moss Adams.
Thank you. Terry Willoughby for the record. I will turn it over to Chelsea to begin presentation of the report, and I will respond with management's response.
Thank you, Terry. Chelsea Ritchie with Moss Adams for the record. I'm going to be presenting to you the Cash Handling Internal Controls Follow-Up Report. Now, this was a follow-up of the assessment related to the June 2020 Cash Handling Internal Control Review. What this was focused on was to determine the current status of those prior findings from that June 2020 report, and also specifically review internal controls at select cash handling sites and special events that handle cash. The following review focused on assessing controls over cash receipts, reconciliations, deposits, and recording. I do want to note that overall, we found that the county has made significant progress towards implementing these recommendations from the prior 2020 report. One recommendation has been fully implemented. 2 recommendations are in the process of being implemented, and 2 recommendations were deemed incomplete. And I'll go in detail of those in a second. So additionally, we did have one additional finding that we added to this report, and this was due to the clerk treasurer's office nonconformance with a special surprise cash audit that I'll discuss in a second. So I talked about everything that we did. How did we do it? So looking at page 2 of the report, looking at scope and methodology, like I mentioned before, we did have we looked at the county site and department's surprise cash counts. Moss Adams actually came on site for this follow-up audit. And we judgmentally selected 3 county department sites, the clerk treasurer, town of Minden, and community development to complete surprised cash counts. We also looked at a special events cash handling. So during the first day of the 2022 air show event, myself and another team member attended to look at how, cash collections were done and preparations of cash deposits. Really, we wanted to make sure that we obtained a thorough understanding of how the cash handling controls are done within special events. In addition to that, we also looked at some cash deposits with the 2022 candy dance, and then 2 days of ticket sales from the air show. Going on to page number 3 of the report, we looked at the cash handling policy and procedures. So from our sample that, we did with both the surprise cash handling as well as those special events, we really made sure that, there was department as well as site cash handling policies and procedures outside of the county-wide procedures. Really, why we wanted to look at this is there should be specific internal controls, especially related to like segregation of duties, cash recovering processes, cash depositing processes, and so on and so forth. We looked at the county surprise cash count assessments. Wow, that's a mouthful. So we inquired with county management to determine if surprise cash counts were conducted regularly. We requested all supporting documentation for those surprise cash counts done in fiscal year 2022. As well as looking at cash receipt trend analysis. So we inquired with the county management to determine really is what kind of analysis is done with cash trends. And we requested all supporting documentation that was done and performed in fiscal year 2022. So with that, I will start on page 4. So looking at the status of prior recommendations, finding recommendations. So number 1, the prior finding was cash handling policies and procedures. The current status of this is in progress. So really currently, there is some individual cash handling department sites and, departments that have policies and procedures in place. But really, what we would look for is that the county should assign responsibility for taking all the current inventory of the cash department sites that handle cash and determine if each department site has site-specific cash handling policies. So we're kind of putting this back on the county, making sure that all departments, all different, different types of sites that handle county cash have specific policies and procedures in place. With that, Terry, do you want to present the
Sure.
county management response?
Yeah, Terry Wilby for the record. The management's response to this particular finding is it's located on packet page 479 for your reference. Also, management agrees with this recommendation, and county finance staff will work with the clerk treasurer's office in the future to establish an inventory of cash receiving sites. From that listing, we will reach out to applicable departments and distribute the current county cash handling policy, and then assist the departments in developing site-specific cash handling policies and procedures that comply with the overall policy.
Thank you. So going on to B, which is prior finding number 2, this related to the cash receipt monitoring. So the current status of this finding is in progress. And current recommendations for this is to continue to perform surprise cash counts, as well as really updating to make sure that there's a formal internal process established to ensure that all areas are assessed and counts are performed consistently. These processes really do need to be documented in the county-wide policies and procedures related to surprise cash counts. Terry?
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. And again, we do agree with the recommendation. Having surprise cash counts is definitely a best practice in cash management. Quarterly surprise cash counts will be added to the proposed internal audit contract, which you'll be hearing later today, beginning in fiscal year 2023-24. So Moss Adams staff will be on site once a quarter. to do those surprise cash counts. Finance staff will use the inventory of cash receiving sites to divide the surprise cash counts between the internal auditors, county treasurer, and finance department staff.
Thank you, Chelsea Ritchie with Moss Adams again for the record. I'm going to be looking at the prior finding number 3, which was over cash receipt monitoring controls. So currently this we deemed as incomplete. Right now, the county is performing a monthly treasury report, but this is only tracking changes in cash. So that would be, receipts less the expenditures, and does not really specifically identify cash receipt volumes by departments and sites. And then there is no independent cash receipt analysis performed by individual cash handling department sites on a regular basis. So, our current recommendation for this is the county should implement cash receipt monitoring controls that include a monthly trend analysis. So kind of beefing up that trend analysis by departments and sites. This will help show like if there's any significant fluctuations and, help determine if these should be investigated for reasonableness. Also looking at a monthly trend analysis of cash receipts by departments and sites, and looking at that from prior year to current year, as well as month to year to date. These will help with that overall analysis. And then a weekly assessment of deposits made by the clerk treasurer by department and site should also be done to help identify any potential sites that are not submitting deposits on a timely basis. Terry?
Terry Willoughby for the record. I will personally be developing some reporting tools to come up with some trend analysis tools that we can use both by the treasurer and finance staff to look at these items.
Chelsea Ritchie with Moss Adams for the record, looking at prior finding number 4. This was over cash receipt reconciliations and deposits. So the current status of this is it's in progress. The county really should continue to evaluate and refine the reconciliation procedures in place at departments and sites, and the verification process once submitted to the clerk/treasurer. It seems like this could be confusing and different from site to site, and there really wasn't an overall procedure, and it didn't seem that specific departments or sites also had procedures in this area. Additionally, for those special events that have cash handling, cash collection and reconciliation requirements should be reinforced to ensure that all funds are collected, reconciled, deposited, and properly supported. Terry?
Thank you, Chelsea. Terry Willoughby for the record. We agree with the finding, and we are going to work with the applicable departments as well as the treasurer's office, particularly the departments responsible for special events, to implement the suggestions. There is an Appendix A, which is the Candy Dance response to Moss Adams for specific items that the town of Genoa has already undertaken to improve their processes.
Thank you, Terry. Chelsea Ritchie, for the record, looking at the last prior finding, this was prior finding number 5, and it was over cash receipt monitoring controls. And I'm pleased to let you know that the current status of this is complete. When we were able to look at this, it appeared that the county had taken really that sufficient corrective action and updated the policies and procedures to include requirements on the timeliness of cash deposits, as well as making sure to bring clarity to those controls that must be in place to safeguard cash receipts until deposits are made. Terry?
Thank you. Terry Willoughby for the record. We will continue to work on this item. As Chelsea stated, it is in progress, but we will work with the treasurer's office to continue the project, the progress on this item.
Wonderful. Chelsea Ritchie with Moss Adams for the record. So like I mentioned early on in this report, there was an additional finding and recommendation. And this was over the nonconformance with the auditor request of a surprise cash count and cash handling walkthrough at the clerk treasurer's office. So the clerk treasurer's office, when we did, come to the surprise for a surprise cash count, would not allow for a surprise cash count or cash handling process walkthrough to be performed. And this resulted in a scope limitation for this follow-up internal control review. So really our recommendation for this, the county needs to evaluate how to handle the nonconformance to a surprise cash count, and an independent follow-up review should be performed, which includes performing surprise cash counts at the clerk treasurer's office.
Thank you, Chelsea. Terry Willoughby for the record. And again, this finding resulted in a miscommunication between my department and the Treasurer's Department. There was a notice sent out that there would be a cash count at some point. However, apparently didn't reach all the affected parties and did not reach the Treasurer's office. And the clerk treasurer was out of the office that day. In the future, we will make sure, we can't tell you specifically when they're going to come, or it wouldn't be a surprise, but we will be notifying that Moss Adams staff will be present sometime during this week, and you might have a cash count. I think as we roll out the surprise cash counts and people become more used to them, we would be avoiding these types of problems.
Jessica Sales, for the record, I have a quick question. Was a subsequent surprise count conducted in that department?
Terry, there will be, for the record, not as of today. Will be part of the scope of the current year contract when that's discussed.
Is that
Chelsea
the-
Ritchie with Moss Adams. Is there any other questions or comments on this report?
Commissioners? Question? I do, go ahead, Ms.
Martha Scheuerman for the record, for Terry. Will all the cash count be performed by the internal auditor?
Terry will be for the record. My plan for this is that the internal auditors would start, and finance staff and treasury staff would work with them, so we would all be trained on the appropriate procedures. So at some point, if we have sufficient staffing, we would be able to take some of that responsibility over.
Thank you.
I'm going,
I know it's not a motion yet. I have a statement. This is Terry Rankin on the Audit Committee. Just for history for the county commissioners, if you go back through the grand jury reports all the way to 1978, there's consistent gaps in cash handling, whether it's at the Topaz Campground, the Candy Dance, whatever. And so the county has made great strides in accounting for the cash, in accounting in the departments, in having procedures, which also weren't in place. So just historically, I want to tell you that even though, the surprise ones may be deficient at this point, they've made great progress. So I wanted to let you know that.
So I see our county manager at the podium. Also, we have our clerk treasurer here, and so I would entertain the process of asking our clerk treasurer if she has any responses to this as well. So, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I agree with Ms. Rankin's comments. The county has made significant progress with regard to cash handling, and it's due in thanks to no small part to the leadership of Ms. Willoughby and the efforts of Moss Adams. It's been a very effective partnership. We have implemented a number of changes to our financial policies over the last 5 years, and change for any organization can be difficult and complex, and it's certainly been a lot for our departments to digest. I did want to take a moment to speak to the surprise cash handling inspection in the clerk treasurer's office, because I think it's really important to note that Ms. Bergen's staff had serious security concerns about letting perceived strangers into their office. And that is the reason why they denied access on that day. And I did receive a phone call from Ms. Bergens. She sincerely wanted to comply with the surprise request, but had trained her staff to not allow strangers behind the counter to be in cash drawers. And she was concerned about whether or not there was proper identification. So I genuinely do believe this to be a miscommunication, and certainly something that we will create awareness around, and it'll be a norm, and staff will know that these surprise cash handlings are going to be occurring throughout the year at any time, and to ask for proper identification and then to allow for that procedure to happen. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll defer my comments to Ms. Bergens. I'm sure she has something to say.
Ms. Davidson, I appreciate your comments, and I would also observe that besides just cash handling, the clerk treasurer handles a variety of items for our county, including the voting machines as well, okay? And so I can appreciate the process that her staff is extremely protective of that environment, okay? Not only from this standpoint, but from all the other aspects that the clerk treasurer is responsible for in our county. So I prefer to err on the side of caution versus what, better to ask forgiveness than permission, right? Anyways, Ms. Bergens, if you have anything that you wish to share on that.
No, thank you. I think between you and the county manager, pretty much my concerns were covered. I just wanted to come up here and say, it's not that we weren't complying with it. We weren't given a heads up. The email was sent to me after I let Terry know. People are here, they're staying there from Moss Adams. I was in Vegas with other management staff from my office at a conference, got a phone call. One of my managers that was here was from the elections office. So she didn't necessarily understand the clerk and treasurer side, but she was standing here. Moss Adams that was on site was unable to provide any identification that had a photograph showing that they were from Moss Adams. So even though I was being told by Terry and Jen, yes, they're from Moss Adams, I felt very uncomfortable letting them back behind our secure doors, allowing them to touch our money. So we have a separate office security policy in the clerk treasurer's office, and it's very strict. And my staff was very concerned. So it's not that I wasn't complying with the cash handling. I think that Terry and I have worked really closely together on all of these findings, and we have plans going forward. And I think that we have cash handling counts moving forward, surprise cash counts for all the offices, to include mine. I'm not worried about the surprise cash counts. I was more worried about the security. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of what happened, not just that the clerk treasurer didn't comply. It was a little bit bigger than that. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you for that explanation. And I would also observe that it's almost glad, I'm almost glad that this did happen, because it actually points to perhaps something that we could correct. And without that happening, then we might have run into other issues. So anyways, thank you very much, Ms. Bergens, for sharing that with us, Ms. Willoughby, Ms. Davidson, and other members of the audit committee. Is there any other, are we done with this particular report? And so is there any questions or comments or observations by the commissioners or from the audit committee? Okay. I'm sorry, and I don't want to interrupt. Are we done with it? Okay. We're done with this item with cash handling, so we can go to public comment. Is that your presentation is? I just want to make sure we're.
Chelsea, that was the final, correct? Yes.
That is correct.
Okay. And just an observation, Ms. Ritchie. I've never seen the last name Ritchie prior to now. Actually, before I met Doug Ritchie, our Chief Deputy District Attorney, relationship?
That's so funny. I actually met with Mr. Ritchie a couple of months ago. No, we are not related. It's very unusual for me to find another Ritchie, and I think for him as well. So very funny coincidence.
Okay, very good. So without further questions, we'll go to the public for public comment, since this is a possible action item. Is there any public comment on this item? Item 6A. Sensing none, we'll bring it back to the board, and I'll turn it back over to Ms. Rankin for a possible recommendation.
Okay, Terry Rankin for the record. I will entertain a motion to accept the Douglas County Cash Handling Internal Controls Follow-Up Review Report as presented.
Tim McCoy and I move that we approve this and forward it to the Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor on the audit committee, please vote aye.
Aye.
Nay. Hearing none, it's passed. Mr. Chairman, on to you.
Thank you. So I'll entertain a motion to accept the Douglas County Cash Handling Internal Controls Follow-Up Review Report from the county's internal auditors, Moss Adams, as recommended by the Audit Committee.
Mr. Chairman, before we have a motion from the board, I want to thank Terry as well as our county clerk for the, as well as our county manager for the follow-up information that we received regarding the surprise visit. When I was first going through all of the documentation, preparing for this meeting, I was very concerned because I know that our clerk is very, very engaged and is doing, in my opinion, a very good job. And when I first read the report, I thought, well, never mind what I thought, but I'm very glad to see that it was not as it first appeared to be in the documentation. So I would move that we accept this report.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noah to accept the Douglas County Cash Handling Internal Controls Follow-Up Review Report from the county's internal auditors, Moss Adams, as recommended by the Audit Committee. Any further discussion? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll go to item number 7 for presentation only, so we will not be accepting public comment on this item. Presentation of the Douglas County Internal Audit Program Update by Moss Adams. Once again, on this one is just by Ms. Ritchie of Moss Adams.
Thank you. Chelsea Ritchie with Moss Adams for the record. I'm going to be presenting the internal audit status report. This was through June 30th of 2023. And really it's kind of just a summary of everything that we had in our fiscal year 22-23 internal audit plan and where we stand with that. So I'm going to share my screen because I think it's easier for you to visually see it. All right. So the cash handling follow-up testing, this was completed and you all just received the report today, as well as the P-card internal control testing completed and received today. There still is a cooperative extension efficiency study, and this is still in progress, and we are currently drafting the report. I spoke with the senior manager that is heavily involved with this yesterday, and she let me know that the county is going to be receiving a draft report of this on July 28th. So the activity for next period will be to deliver this report to the Audit Committee and Board of County Commissioners. So this wraps up the fiscal year 23-24 internal audit plan. Similarly to last year, you'll have a presentation of this year's audit plan, but This was done last year from May to June, and you all received that during that time period. The last order of business for this internal audit plan is Moss Adams does help administer your fraud, waste, and abuse hotline. So looking at from July of 22 through July of 23, we received 5 reports via the website. Nature of reports, 4 were related to HR and 1 was related to fraud. And so we had 3 reports forwarded to county management. 5 reports overall have been closed. So we have completed everything and now are looking at the next fiscal year. That was short and sweet compared to my other reports. So I will open up the floor to any comments or questions.
Okay. Commissioners, questions, observations, comments? Members of the audit committee? Okay. This is a presentation only item, so we won't go to public comment on that. And so we can move on to item number 8A if there's no questions. Okay, we'll move to item 8A. For possible action, discussion to approve the fiscal year 23-24 internal audit plan as recommended by Douglas County's internal auditor, Moss Adams, at a total cost not to exceed $165,000. This one is being presented by Ms. Willoughby and also Ms. Ritchie from Moss Adams.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. This does begin on packet page 486, and Ms. Ritchie and I have worked on the proposed plan together, and I will let her present. There is a slightly enhanced scope than what we usually do. The risk assessment was done the original year of the contract, and it is now time to redo it again. So that's a hefty project, but I will let her go into the details.
Thank you, Terry. So Chelsea Ritchie with Moss Adams for the record. I'm going to be presenting a small PowerPoint, so bear with me while I get my screens in order. All right, so this is, like everyone, Terry and everybody has said, this is going over the fiscal year 23-24 internal audit plan. So going to be kind of talking about the overall internal audit components and then really diving deep into this year's audit program. Just as a reminder, the county has retained Moss Adams to serve as the designated internal auditor, and all of our work, and you'll see this throughout our reports, is being completed under AICPA consulting standards, as well as leveraging industry best practices. So we're always benchmarking you against other counties of your size, really just to help give you the best results and best recommendations. So as internal audit looks overall, we really have 4 pillars that we, are looking at as your internal auditor. So one is looking at overall risks for the county. We also look at internal controls. So, benchmarking those against best practice as well as compliance. And then, we also provide performance internal audits. So a good example of this would be your cooperative extension efficiency study. This would fall under the performance as internal audit as a whole. So going into this year's recommended projects, we have 3 recommended projects, one being the grant management efficiency study. So with this, we're going to assess the overall organization, processes, collaboration, efficiency, and effectiveness of the grant management function across the entire county. This will take approximately 14 weeks. Our second project is procurement internal control review. So that will be really evaluating internal controls related to the county's procurement function, specific to those compliances with policies and procedures, as well as comparing those to best practices, like I had mentioned before. Number 3, so Terry had kind of alluded to this enterprise risk assessment. This is a big one and really helps define the overall risks that we find and the projects that kind of come about, throughout the county. So this enterprise risk assessment, so we conduct an entity-wide risk assessment. And so, you know, all departments, multiple individuals, we really are assessing and going through the entire county to identify and assess risk across the county. So this is a big one. Like Terry mentioned, we don't do this very often. It's about every 3 years. And so this is the time for this one to come up. This is about a 16-week process with all those different individual interviews and really just kind of scoping across the entire county. You know, based off of what I had discussed with the cash handling follow-up, and then, you know, just looking at what is a healthy process for the county. This year, we're implementing quarterly cash counts. So working with Terry's team, we're going to develop a process for conducting quarterly cash counts. So that would be Moss Adams coming on site. We'll be rotating across cash collection sites, performing surprise cash procedures on a quarterly report basis, and then as well as reporting those results to you all. Last but not least is the ongoing program management and ethics hotline. So like I mentioned before, we are, you know, we do help manage your ethics hotline and prepare update internal audits, you know, update plans, as well as we meet bi-weekly with both Terry and the county manager to provide updates of where we are with projects and make sure that we're apprised of anything that's going on within the county. This is also an opportunity for us to attend these audit committees and board meetings when they occur. So going on to this kind of shows you the fees for those 5 different areas and projects that I just described, as well as the timing of when we hope to take those, you know, kick those off. So hopefully getting grant management started as soon as possible, followed up with the procurement internal control review. And then lastly, that enterprise risk assessment. We like to do that one fairly close to the end of fiscal year because that will help drive our recommended projects for future years. So that helps us with our next, you know, our next fiscal year internal audit plan. Like I mentioned before, those quarterly cash counts would be happening once a quarter. And then the ongoing program management and ethics hotline. This is a year-long occurrence. With that, I will open up the floor to any questions or comments.
Ms. Willoughby, what was the cost last year? I understand we're doing number 3, which is new, but what was the cost just so we can see what the increase has been?
It's typically $110,000. They have not raised their prices since the, yeah. So it's a little more this year because we added the cash counts, which is 40, and then the risk assessment is a slightly more comprehensive program than typical, just looking at like one segment.
Any additional questions, comments, observations, commissioners? Members of the audit committee? No? Okay. This is listed for possible action. So we'll go to public comment on items 8A. Is there any public comment here on item 8A? Sensing none, we'll bring it back to the board, and I'll turn it back over to Ms. Rankin for possible recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Terry Rankin for the record. I'll entertain a motion to approve the fiscal year 2023-24 internal audit plan as recommended by Douglas County's internal auditor, Moss Adams, at a total cost not to exceed $165,000.
Tim McCoy and I move that we accept this proposal and forward it to the Board of County Commissioners.
Martha Sherm, for the record, I move also to be approved.
You second.
Second. Thank you.
All right, Terry Rankin for the record. All right, I have a motion and a second. All, any discussion? I don't see discussion.
I think this is money well spent.
Yeah, I think, I know it's an increase from last year, but this is good. All in favor on the audit committee?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Mr. Chairman, the Audit Committee approved. It's on to you.
Thank you. So I will entertain a motion to approve the fiscal year 23-24 internal audit plan as recommended by Douglas County's internal auditor, Moss Adams, at a total cost not to exceed $165,000 as recommended by the Audit Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve it as stated. Any further comments, questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we have two more items here, and then we'll take a lunch break. So, okay, item 9A for possible action, discussion to approve a contract with Moss Adams LLP to perform internal audit services from July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2026 at an initial cost not to exceed $165,000 for fiscal year 23-24, with future fiscal year costs to be determined by the board and authorize the county manager to sign all related contract documents. Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you. Terry Willoughby for the record. This follows along with the annual audit plan. Moss Adams contracted originally with the county in, I believe, 2017 or 2018. That contract was renewed in 2020 through June 30th of 2023. We have a proposed contract extension for the 3 years beginning with fiscal year 2024 through 2026. We have not gone out to bid for this particular contract, and there was some discussion internally of whether that should happen at some point. So the board could either choose for a lesser term of the contract or approve the 3-year extension as recommended by staff. I'm happy to answer any questions, and each year would be brought back. When you hear the audit plan, then you would have a subsequent cost for that next year.
Ms. Willoughby, as I'm looking at the contract, it says term and effective date of contract, and that's retroactively from June 1st, 2023, July 1st, 2023, which is just a few days ago, and will remain in effect through June 30th, 2026, unless terminated earlier as provided in paragraph 6. So we still have, even though we may approve this for a 3-year period, we still have an annual review, basically, or we could determine at any time, really, that we wish to put this out to bid and go look somewhere else with no penalties. Is that correct?
Terry Willoughby, that is correct. As you noted from the internal audit plan for next fiscal year, they are now getting the chance to come back and review the original documents. There was 2 huge projects at the beginning. One was the enterprise risk management, which they'll be reviewing the progress on that during this next period, and also the internal controls review, which was done in 2019, and I would expect that would be done sometime within this same period.
And just the sheer aspect of cost of labor going up, I mean, we might expect that they would ask for more in subsequent years.
That would be up to the board, between Moss Adams and the board. I can tell you that the cost has, Terry Willoughby for the record, just as we brought back the financial audit for a change, we would bring back each subsequent year. It would be dependent on the audit plan. And just to note, they have not increased their annual contract since 2018. That price has always been $110,000, and there was never any additional charge for travel.
That was until Chairman Garden opened his mouth.
I hope our clerk can strike those items from the record, those comments by me. Anyways, open my big mouth, right? So, okay. Any other questions, comments, or observations, members of the commissioners? Members of the audit committee? Okay, so this is actionable, so we'll go to public comment and then bring it back to us. So is there any public comment on item 8A? Okay, bring it back to the board. And Ms. Rankin, I'll turn it back over to you for a possible recommendation.
Okay, Terry Rankin for the record. I'll entertain a motion to approve a contract with Moss Adams LLP to perform internal audit services from July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2026, at an initial cost not to exceed $165,000 for fiscal year 2023-2024, with future fiscal year costs to be determined by the board, and authorize the county manager to sign all related contract documents.
Tim McCoy for the record, and I move that we approve this and move it to the Board of County Commissioners.
Jessica Sales, I second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Noting none, Mr. Chairman, unanimous. It's back to you.
Thank you. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the fiscal year, oh, no, this is 9A. Approve the contract with Moss Adams LLP as recommended by the Audit Committee.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noestas, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the contract with Moss Adams LLP as indicated and recommended by the Audit Committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. And we have one more item that we'll conclude. Item 10A, for presentation only, review of the Douglas County Audit Committee's policy and bylaws. Ms. Willoughby.
Terry Willoughby for the record. These items are presented as information. There's several, I guess, well, none of the members of the commission were on the commission when the audit committee was formed. And we do have some new audit committee members, and for the public's reference, I included the policy and the bylaws as well as the best practices from the Government Finance Officers Association. And these items begin on page 520 of the packet. And I would like to read the purpose of the audit committee because there's been some discussion in the public about why the audit committee doesn't hear certain things. And I will go over that now. The role of the Douglas, and this is on packet page 520, Roman numeral 2, purpose. The role of the Douglas County Audit Committee is to maintain oversight of the auditing function for both internal and external audits, resulting in increased integrity and efficiency of the audit processes for the county and the county's system of internal controls and financial reporting. The committee has four primary characteristics for it to successfully fulfill its obligations: independence, communication, accountability, and oversight. The audit committee does not audit things. They set policies for our auditors to follow and make suggestions based on the input to them on certain areas that should be audited. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but this is for presentation only.
Thank you, Ms. Willoughby. Are there any changes to this document?
Terry Willoughby, no, it's presented mostly for the public's information as well as new members who may not, it's sometimes hard to find things on the county's website, but I brought it forward.
Good idea. Commissioners, any questions? Comments? Oh, okay. Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. I will be quick, but this was important. I did ask that Ms. Willoughby place this item on the agenda to remind everyone about the important purpose that the Audit Committee serves. This organization has been impacted by some wrong decisions that were made in the past, and we have put some important internal controls and review processes in place to create transparency about how we are addressing critical gaps in our policies and our procedures. The Audit Committee is an important component of that, and we appreciate them for their service. They serve the important role of reviewing the work that we're doing, asking the questions that the public is likely wondering, and taking a hard look at the work that's being done by both our external and internal auditors, and we thank them for that. So I did just want to take a moment to acknowledge that the Audit Committee has a wonderful and important role. It certainly is not window dressing or a rubber stamp, as has been alleged by some of the individuals who have made public comment in the past. With that, I'll conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And besides the Audit Committee, I think it's important to recognize also our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Willoughby, for her activities in this and the update of this, basically in 2018, right, you said? So just shortly after taking on the role of our Chief Financial Officer for the county, extremely important time during our county history, an unpleasant time just prior to that, and some real, she's brought some tremendous activity to and oversight of the county's finances, and that's why we enjoy the benefit right now of being a very financially sound community. And so I want to make sure that the Audit Committee understands that, but also that we appreciate that as well, Ms. Willoughby. So thank you for your activities in that regard. Any other comments, commissioners? Audit Committee members? Okay, so thank you very much.
Mr.
And
Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
I know
Rice.
that it's inappropriate, but I would like to give a round of applause to both Terry and as to the Audit Committee because they've done an outstanding job all. Thank you. Now go ahead
You can
and fire
clap for
me.
yourself. It's appropriate. Okay, well, since that's a presentation-only item, we don't need a public comment and no further discussion from the board. So basically, at this time, then, we appreciate your attendance here today, members of the Audit Committee, and your oversight of our financial policies. So thank you very much once again for your attendance. At this time, then, we'll adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners sitting jointly with the Audit Committee and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. I notice that it's 1:45 right now or thereabouts, and so we'll go into recess for lunch until the 2 o'clock hour, and that gives us a little bit more than an hour and 15 minutes to get out and enjoy something to eat and then get back for the rest of the business that we have to accomplish today. So once again, thank you very much, and we're in recess. Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock, so I will call back into session the Douglas County Board of Commissioners meeting for July 20th. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. At this time, we'll go into the Douglas County Liquor Board items. Item Roman numeral 1, for possible action, discussion to approve the issuance of an intoxicating liquor producer's license for High Sierra Distillery, LLC, DBA Minden Mill Distilling, represented by Production Manager Ms. Carrie Helen Ray. Ms. Carrie Helen Ray has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. High Sierra Distillery, LLC, DBA Minden Mill Distilling is located at 1711 Orbit Way, Minden, Nevada, 89423. And this is being presented by Captain Duffy.
Good afternoon. Captain Duffy, Douglas County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office has no objection to this application.
Commissioners, questions, comments, observations? Okay. And Ms. Ray is not here. Mr. Duffy, would you like to address us? No? Okay.
Smartest thing said all day.
We've previously indicated that we will not be taking action on liquor board items, so therefore I'll entertain a motion to approve the issuance of that intoxicating liquor producer's license for High Sierra Distillery.
I think you meant we will not be taking public comment.
No, I said that.
You said we will not be taking action.
Oh, we will not be taking public comment. Thank you for the correction. I approve. Yep.
Yeah, I think.
Good observation.
I think Commissioner Noah said moved, and I'll second.
Okay. Okay, you did. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Noah Sad, seconded by Commissioner Hales, to approve the issuance of an intoxicating liquor license, producer's license for High Sierra Distillery, LLC, DBA Minden Mill Distilling as presented. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Mr. Duffy, item number 2, for possible action, discussion to approve the intoxicating liquor producer and on-site unrestricted retail and packaged liquor license with entertainment endorsement for High Sierra Distillery, LLC, DBA Minden Mill Distilling, represented by Production Manager Ms. Carrie Helen Ray. Ms. Carrie Helen Ray has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Minden Mill Distilling is located at 1601 Water Street, Minden, Nevada, 89423. Mr. Duffy.
Captain Duffy, the Sheriff's Office has no objection to this application. And also on this one requires signatures from all the commissioners. I'm going to leave it with Marcia.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, questions, comments? And this board also includes Sheriff Coverly, so you're certainly welcome to chime in here if you wish. Anything?
Nope. Welcome to Douglas County.
Absolutely. So, okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to approve the intoxicating liquor producer and on-site unrestricted retail and packaged liquor license with entertainment endorsement for High Sierra Distillery, LLC, DBA Minden Mill Distilling as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And I missed you on the last one, didn't I? So the last one should have been 6-0. I made that my mistake, and I'm willing to admit that. Okay, this one was 6-0. I forgot to remind myself at the beginning of this that you were also on that board. So Ms. Amber, if you could change that vote to 6-0 on the previous one, 6-0 on this one. Thank you. And item number 3, for possible action, discussion to approve the request for an on-site unrestricted retail liquor license for Swing 395 LLC, DBA Swing 395, represented by owners Richard Michael Flores and Tisha Flores. Richard Michael Flores and Tisha Flores have signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Swing 395 is located at 1352 U.S. Highway 395 North, Suite 107, Gardnerville, Nevada, 89410. Mr. Duffy.
Captain Duffy, the Sheriff's Office has no objection to this application.
Okay. Commissioners, questions, comments, observations? No? Okay. So I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the request for an on-site unrestricted retail liquor license for Swing 395 LLC DBA Swing 395 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duffy.
All right,
I
thank you, guys.
appreciate it. Yes, okay. I had an oversight here as we coming back into session. A lot of times we have these things. Anyways, I bypassed the approval of the previous minutes, so we'll go back to that item for possible action discussion to approve the draft minutes of June 15th, 2023, regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. I'll entertain a motion to do that.
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the draft minutes of June 15, 2023, regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Any discussion, observations, changes? Commissioners? No? Okay, then we'll go ahead and vote on that. All those in favor of approving the draft minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I appreciate it. Okay. Anyways, we'll now adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. And I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar items A through AA as presented.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent calendar items A through AA as presented.
Commissioners, a second? Oh, okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the consent calendar items A through AA as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Sorry, Mr. Gibson, members of the public don't have the right to object to this, so thank you. Thank you. We'll now go into the administrative agenda. Due to time constraints of some of our presenters, we're going to be moving some things around a little bit here to accommodate their schedules. So we will do, we're now going to take these in this particular order. So we're going to take item 1, item 2. We will follow that up with item number 5 and 6. I'm doing this primarily so I can keep my head straight on this. 1, 2, 5, 6. Then we'll go to item number 4. Is that right? Item number 4. And then we'll get back to item number 3, and we'll follow it up finally with item 7. So, okay. That being the case, we'll now go for item number 1 for presentation only. Introduction of ordinance 2023-1620, an ordinance amending Chapter 2.28 of the Douglas County Code relative to the Genoa Historic District Commission and Chapter 20.680 of the Douglas County Code relative to the Genoa Historic Overlay District. This is the first reading being presented by Ms. Andrea Pauling, our Assistant Director of, is that right? Deputy Director of Community Development? Deputy Director. And Deputy DA, Mr. A.J. Hames.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrea Pauling, Douglas County Community Development, for the record. Today is the first reading of Ordinance 2023-1620, and per NRS, this is just being read into the record. I will be coming back on August 17th for the second reading and presentation. We open it up if you have any questions for us right now.
Okay. Commissioners, questions, observations? Are you going to go through it?
I apologize really quick. I want to explain the handout. AJ and I had a conversation this morning. An upload happened to the agenda that did not have the correct red lines in it. And so I just gave you the correct red lines. I apologize for that. I did have it uploaded. There were some changes after the fact. So this is going to go into supplemental today, and I have a bunch out there. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath. I was running here.
Okay, and that was going to be my question. Have we made these copies to the available to the general public?
Yes, I have copies out there, and I gave copies to everyone else, for sure.
Okay. Other questions, commissioners? Okay. Commissioner
We
Nosat?
have this, and you say you have some out there. Is there going to be anything in the correction of the packet? So that goes into the packet?
Yes, that's going to be supplemental. It's going to be added in today, and then it will be corrected at the second reading. The correct one will be uploaded.
This is AJ Hames, Deputy DA for the record. The difference between the two ordinances that you've received, the first, when it was uploaded, the red lines didn't show up because just the version of Microsoft Word that we were using to convert it to a PDF, it converted it and did a simplified version of tracking the changes. And so there's notations to the side of the ordinance to indicate where a change was made, but then when you actually look at the words, you don't see any of the red line changes. And so that was just a setting issue that occurred during the transfer from Microsoft Word to a PDF. So what you have now, it's the same ordinance, it just, instead of showing a simplified version of the changes, it shows all of the changes in red line form.
And might I ask, what version of Word are you using?
Apparently a confusing one, I don't know.
Okay. My observation or question, we had a member of the public come forward during public comment earlier today and ask about public comment on these and public outreach. Can you tell us what kind of public outreach occurred through this process in the town of Genoa, and what, and did this also go before not only the town of Genoa Historic District, but did it go before their what do they have, an advisory board also, right, in Genoa? So can you tell us about that?
Yes, so Andrea Pauling for the record. I came into this obviously in 2022. There was a meeting in April of 2023 or 2021 where it was quite a large meeting. Lots of public comment was taken at that time, and there were some concerns. Came back to staff to revise and talk about some of those changes. We had another meeting once I took over on this project where AJ and I went in December and also April, so December 2022 and April 2023. And we also went in front of the Planning Commission as well. Lots of public comment, lots of concerns. We've taken that into consideration. Anything that was given to us as supplemental was uploaded as well so that everyone could see that. And there was open communication regarding all of this. I just want you to know that. It did not go up in front of the town of Genoa. It was, for our guidelines, it had to go to the Genoa Historic District Commission, then to the Planning Commission, and now to the Board of County Commissioner.
So this has been heard by our planning commission, not the historic planning commission or commission?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Other comments, questions, commissioners? Commissioner Hales?
I apologize. I know I read this, but not this version. But I apologize for asking this question. But what role does the advisory board, Genoa Advisory Board, play now if we pass this?
Are you talking about the town of Genoa advisory board? They really don't play a role in this. So things that they want to have approved as well, just for instance, I just put something on the agenda for August. And it's that town manager, David Qualls, had to submit it to the town, to Genoa Historic District because it's within that historic overlay. So Town of Genoa's board really doesn't have anything over the Genoa Historic District.
Thanks for
Okay.
clarifying that.
Absolutely.
Well, I also share a question in regards to procedure and process. And I always wondered what the difference was between the Historic District and the Advisory Board. And I was told basically that the Historic District Commission is more like a planning commission for the town of Genoa, and that then the Advisory Board has separate responsibilities. But what you're trying to tell me, if I'm not mistaken here, is that things that go before the Genoa Historic Commission, they approve them, and then it goes to our planning commission versus their advisory board. That's what I'm curious about process here.
AJ Hames, Deputy DA for the record. I think just to clarify, so the Genoa Historic District Commission oversees just the Genoa Historic District, which does not encompass the entire town of Genoa. And then within the Genoa Historic District, which is basically a rectangle that sort of encompasses the main street there, their oversight is only with regard to non-residential zoning. And what they are primarily concerned with are aesthetic changes to structures, signs, and things of that nature that are visible from a public right-of-way. So they don't manage any of the Genoa town property. They're not involved in any of that. Their role is to preserve the historic nature of that commercial corridor in Genoa. And they do that by reviewing plans that are submitted to construct or change the appearance of buildings. It's a certificate of appropriateness that they can issue. Once a person receives a certificate of appropriateness from the Genoa Historic District Commission, they then come to the Department of Community Development to get their building permits or their encroachment permits, whatever it is that they need to do, and then they can make alterations and changes to their buildings within the historic district. So they are independent of the town of Genoa. They are a county entity, and they review changes to buildings and other visible structures within that commercial corridor. So what you have now are the two sections of code dealing with the Historic District Commission. In Title II of our county code, you have the section explaining the makeup of the Genoa Historic District Commission. And then in Title 20, there's a chapter dealing with what they do specifically and their oversight and responsibilities within the historic district. And so that is what the ordinance was aimed at clarifying and correcting. And I just want to emphasize too, I even recognized it today in some of the public comment. The Historic District Commission does not oversee residential properties, or at least properties zoned residential even within the historic district. And so the regulations that you have before you are those that would only govern properties that are not zoned residential. So it'd be commercial properties, public facilities properties, et cetera.
Okay. A clear separation of that would be such that this board is the one that appoints members of the Genoa Historic Commission, whereas the Genoa Advisory Board are elected officials from within the town of Genoa also, right? That's a clear distinction between the two?
Yeah, the council that governs Genoa, they are elected.
Any other questions Commissioner Noah's had?
I'm always fascinated with the name advisory. Who are they advising? On what?
I guess I don't know.
Is there a Genoa is there a Genoa advisory board, as the chair just called out?
I think Ms. Davis can speak more to that. I'm not as familiar with all of the different commissions and boards in Genoa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I believe you're referring to the Genoa Town Advisory Board. The Genoa Town Advisory Board, similar to the towns of Minden and Gardnerville, are advisory to the Douglas County Commission. So they're separate but part of this organization with their own elected board that is advisory to this commission. They also have specific things in county code that gives them the authority to govern and make decisions regarding very limited purposes within the towns. But for the most part, they're advisory to the county.
Any other questions? Commissioner Rice?
Yes, sir. One of the things I'm concerned about is during public comment this morning, the owner of the oldest saloon in the state of Nevada is concerned that this group is trying to limit their ability to exist. And that raised some real red flags for me. Would you address that, please?
Yes, Andrea Pauling for the record again. We are not trying to interfere with that, and I say we, but the Genoa Historic District Commission is not trying to interfere with that. Some of the regulations that we are proposing for Title 20 have already been in place in a little brown book, as they called it, but it was never adopted by you guys as the BOCC. So what we're trying to do is get these all into Title 20, get the regulations clear so everyone knows what the rules are. And everyone that has already a business in that overlay district are, I guess, for lack of a better word, grandfathered in, right? And so we're not going to go back and try to change anything. Moving forward, things will be more regulated, but it doesn't mean that we want to stop.
All right, so that's the question, the more regulation. That was the issue that she had raised, and it's an issue I think some of us may have a certain political philosophy about. I'm just trying to understand what you said. You're saying that there are these regulations that basically haven't been adopted by the board that have been implemented in Genoa, and all you want to do is codify that officially.
Correct.
There's some that are not in this little brown book that need to be codified officially, that maybe you could separate so we could see what new ones you're adding, so we know what new level of scrutiny is being applied.
This is AJ Hames from the DA's office. I can answer that question. So the Historic District and the Historic District Commission have been in place for quite some time. And they have always required people to obtain certificates of appropriateness prior to commencing any kind of construction or alteration of a building. So the rule that you go to the Historic District Commission, present your project, and obtain that certificate, that's not new. That's been on the books for 40 years, roughly. What is new are just the codification of the standards that they had been using internally. So they have always required you to, and our code has always required anyone within that district to comply with certain standards and to, but it wasn't clear exactly what those standards were. The code had required the commission to adopt a set of standards, and then they were to be approved by this board. And those were the little brown book that Ms. Pauling mentioned. And within that brown book were standards regarding doors, windows, things of that nature.
Okay, so we got all that. Is there anything over and above that is what I'm trying to say? Are there things that you're going to add that are new, that haven't been implemented before?
No.
Okay, then the second issue she brought up in the letter was it was going to go from a 30-day approval or 10-day approval. What was it? 30-day approval to 90-day approval before they can start certain construction. How does that apply to what's currently going on? She gave it of how it wouldn't have worked with one of the projects currently being done.
The only change to the timing is the removal of a 10-day review period by the chair of the Historic District Commission, but there's always been a 60-day window within which you have to be heard by the Historic District. So if you wanted to change your saloon, you always needed to file an application with the chairperson. And then the chairperson had 10 days to get back to you and either schedule a meeting or request additional information if something was missing. Then within 60 days, the chairperson was supposed to set a time for a hearing on your application. The 60-day period hasn't changed. The only thing that's been removed is the 10-day period for the chair, and what's being recommended is instead that the applications go to community development, since they will ultimately handle the applications for the building permits. So all the applications then are filed in one place, but that 60-day period is unchanged.
Commissioner Hales, anything? Commissioner Nossad, you had more?
Yes. In the background, you cite 20.680 and 20.658. This is 680. A little bit of 2 in there also, but there's no 658 in here. Is 658 going to be changed?
No, all the changes that you have in front of you, those are the only changes that are being made. To one chapter of Title II and one chapter of Title 20.
But you have 20.658 specifically mentioned.
You are correct, and it is actually going to be what we had read into. It's 2.28 and 20.680, so I'm apologizing for that right now. I'm guessing that is a typo.
AJ Hames, for the record, I think 20.658 is just general standards that govern all. I'd have to look. I don't have the code in front of me. I apologize.
But there's no changes being made to 658.
No.
Good catch, though. Okay, any other questions, commissioners? Okay, then this is a presentation-only item today, and it'll come back to us approximately another month, I take it, and we'll take action then, perhaps, right?
Yes, August 17th, and we'll give you a presentation with a full background, and you'll see everything that we had talked about today and then some.
Thank you, Ms. Pauling, Mr.
Thank you.
Hames, appreciate it. Okay, so we'll go to item number 2 for presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2023-1621, an ordinance amending chapter 2.06 of the Douglas County Code Planning Commission to allow members of the Douglas County Planning Commission to serve on boards, commissions, committees, and accept other appointments by the governor of the state of Nevada. This is the first reading and being presented by Commissioner Cheryl Hales.
I know that folks for the 3 different agenda items, that is 5, 6, and 4, all need to get flights. So would you want to move this till after that?
I'm good with that. If you want to move that, okay, then we'll go to item number 5. Okay, very good. So that's being postponed. And so now we'll go to item number 5, presentation only, discussion of the proposed financing plan, procedure, and timeline for the Douglas County Judicial Center project, being presented by Ms. Terry Willoughby and Marty Johnson of JNA Consulting Group, LLC.
Thank you,
Willoughby.
Terry Willoughby, for the record. Marty Johnson has been the county's financial advisor for many, many years. He's with JNA Associates, and this is for presentation only, but of course you can stop at any time for questions. And with that, I'll turn it over to Marty.
Thank you, Terry. For the record, Marty Johnson with JNA Consulting Group. I'm going to share my screen here. Hopefully you can all see the presentation now.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So what I'm going to run through today is what we're going to call the plan of finance for the funding of the Judicial Center. The county has a number of options. We're going to run through some of those and make some recommendations as to what we feel makes the most sense in terms of which paths to pursue. So as we mentioned, the Judicial Center is going to start construction hopefully next spring. And that the cost is going to be financed through the issuance of bonds. The county's got a few different options of bonds that it can issue. First is general obligation bonds. The first type of general obligation bonds are those paid by property taxes. But in order to do that, we would have to get voter approval. That can't happen until the earliest of November 2024 and would require a property tax, and we're currently at the cap. So that one really is not much of an option. The second type is to issue general obligation backed bonds without an election as long as we can demonstrate that pledged revenues, and I'll define that term in a second, are sufficient to pay debt service, and we can afford to pay the bonds out of the county's existing resources. We've done this for almost all of the county's water and sewer debt over the years. We pledge those revenues and use those to make the payments, not property taxes, but are allowed to pledge the county's general obligation. The next type is revenue bonds. They are secured solely by pledged revenues. There is no full faith and credit backup on those. And because of that, they often will require a reserve fund, depending on what type of revenues support those bonds and what the coverage is. Again, a concept I'll discuss a bit in a minute. And then the last one is medium-term financing. And this can be done in one of two ways. The first is we can do it as a general obligation, promise to pay, as long as we repay the bonds within 10 years and again can demonstrate that we can pay them from the legally available resources of the county. If we need to exceed 10 years or don't want to have that full faith and credit pledge, we can structure them as a lease type transaction and have the payments go up to 30 years. Revenue bonds, as well as the medium-term lease transactions, have higher interest rates than general obligation-backed bonds. That's because the security isn't as good in the market's eye, depending again upon what kind of revenues we're talking about, what kind of coverage, which is the percentage by which revenues will exceed debt service. So if, for example, we have $100,000 of debt service on a financing and we require 10% coverage, then we need to have pledged revenues of 110%. And so if that coverage number is smaller, that could add 0.25% or more to the interest rate on our financing. So the best options for the county are general obligation revenue supported bonds, where we would use a portion of the county's consolidated tax revenue to pledge to those bonds and support them. And then also a medium-term general obligation bond of the county in order to get the amount of funding that we're looking for. So general obligation revenue supported bonds, as I mentioned, are full faith and credit backed by the taxing power of the county. In the event that property tax revenues were not, or pledged revenues were not sufficient to repay the bonds, the county could levy a property tax in order to repay the bonds. I've been involved in the municipal finance industry in Nevada for over 30 years. I have yet to see a general obligation revenue supported bond that had to be paid by property taxes. Generally, we're very conservative in how we project all of these moving forward. The bonds would be secured by a pledge of 15% of the county's consolidated tax revenue. We're allowed to do that under Nevada revised statute, and we would pledge those revenues and promise that at a minimum, we would use those to make the payment on the bonds. Those consolidated tax revenues are currently pledged to the outstanding community center bonds that have another 10 years or so to pay on those. But as long as we can afford it, we are allowed to add debt service as long as it fits within those pledged revenues. And we have sufficient coverage between the pledged revenues and the outstanding debt service to do additional consolidated tax supported bonds. The line in this chart represents the pledged revenues, the 15% of the consolidated tax bonds. The shorter dark part of the bar represents the payment on the outstanding community center bonds. And so we can fill in that difference in terms of issuing these bonds. Right now, what we're projecting is that there would be 8% growth in consolidated tax revenues for 2 years, then 2% growth for 2 more, and then no growth thereafter. In reality, the number is going to be different than that and will likely continue to grow over time But for purposes of being conservative and structuring bonds, we go to a 0% growth rate in a couple of years. Based on those pledged revenues and an assumed interest rate of 4.5% and a 30-year repayment term, the county can afford to issue $43.3 million of bonds that are secured by the pledge of the consolidated tax revenues. At that 4.5% interest rate over those 30 years, we'd estimate the total interest payments to be approximately $40 million. The process to issue those bonds starts with the county commission adopting a debt management commission notice resolution. That resolution is going to set forth the maximum principal amount the county can borrow and the maximum term that it can borrow that money for. The Debt Management Commission meets to consider the county's proposal. The two main criteria that it looks at are the impact on the county's debt limit, which isn't an issue. Our debt limit is substantially higher than the debt we have outstanding, and the impact on the overlapping tax rate. Now, the tax rate within the county is at the 364 limit. However, utilizing pledged revenues, we do not anticipate the need to levy a property tax, so there wouldn't be any impact on the overlapping tax rate. So we would meet the Debt Management Commission's criteria. That Debt Management Commission approval is good for 36 months. So we have plenty of time in which to issue the bonds. We can issue the bonds in phases if that's what we decide to do. And if we don't end up issuing all of the bonds, there is no penalty. There's no issue with doing that. After getting the Debt Management Commission approval, we come back to the County Commission for the adoption of what we call a resolution of intent. That kicks off the publication of two notices. One begins what we refer to as the 90-day petition period. The second one calls for a public hearing to be held during that 90-day period. If during the 90-day period, at least 5% of the registered voters in the county feel like this financing plan is not suitable, they can do a petition, and if enough signatures get on that petition within that 90 days, then it could require going to a vote for this particular financing plan. And again, note that the petition is not on the project, it is on the method of financing that project. So if we were prohibited from doing general obligation bonds or general obligation supported bonds, we could still go forward and do it. We would just have to look at some other method of financing, which is likely going to be more expensive for the county and the taxpayers. At the end of that 90-day petition period, which in this schedule would be in the middle of December, the bonds are authorized and could be issued anytime after we come back to the County Commission for the approval of a bond ordinance. So again, the County Commission has a number of times where they look at this and have to provide approval before bonds can actually be issued. Then the second piece of the plan of finance would be medium-term general obligation bonds. These bonds are secured by the full faith and credit of the county, but there is not the ability to levy a specific tax rate to repay these bonds. We just promise that we will repay the bonds from all legally available resources. The county would anticipate using the revenues from the county share of the 5-cent capital projects tax to repay those bonds, although other resources could certainly be utilized as well. Those capital projects tax revenues are not currently pledged to any bonds. They were being used to pay bonds for the community center, but those bonds have since paid off. And again, the term on those, to be able to do it as a general obligation and get the lowest rate, is limited to 10 years. So with these being paid by property tax, you can see in 23 and 24, there was no debt service that we were paying. We're assuming a 3% growth rate in the property tax revenues through 2026 with no growth thereafter. Again, trying to be conservative in what we're structuring bonds against. We could issue $14 million of bonds. We're again assuming a 4.5% interest rate. That's more related to the fact that the yield curve is inverted right now. And so short-term rates are as high as long-term rates. Normally, we'd expect these to have lower rates over a 10-year repayment term. And the estimated interest on those would be about $3.7 million. The process to issue medium-term bonds starts with the publishing of a notice of a public hearing, where we set forth the maximum amount of bonds that we expect to issue, the funds that we're going to pay them from, what we think the payment will be from those funds. And then there is a public hearing held at a county commission meeting and an authorization resolution that is adopted. That information, along with some other things, are sent to the Department of Taxation that they review, and then they give us a letter approving the financing. In this particular timeframe, that approval could be received in the middle of October. And at that point, the bonds are authorized, and we would have 18 months from that date to issue the bonds. Again, we don't need to issue the entire amount. We could issue it in phases as needed. And if we don't issue the whole amount, no big deal. We're able to just move forward. So the next steps would be to, in our opinion, authorize the maximum amount of consolidated tax, general obligation supported bonds, and medium-term bonds. And in discussing this with county staff, it's been, or at least our recommendation is to authorize the maximum amount we can issue. And then as we know what the actual project costs are, determine what the funding mix will be. Because again, we can always issue less, we just can't issue more. If we start that process now to authorize the bonds, that will allow us to issue bonds right after the first of the year. So about when we would be able to know what the construction costs are going to be and be able to size the bonds correctly. And again, that bonding authorization is going to be available to us through April 2025 for the medium-term bonds and through August 2026 for the consolidated tax bonds. So we would have plenty of time in which to issue all of these bonds. And again, just to emphasize it, the county commission has to approve a bond ordinance before any bonds can be issued. So again, there are still steps that need to be taken even after your next agenda item in order to issue these bonds. One additional thing I'll mention before we go to questions is that our expectation would be that we would sell these bonds in a competitive process. That helps us ensure that we get the lowest possible interest rate. Just to give you an example, we sold bonds for a school district last week. It was a 20-year bond issue. We received 7 bids. Those rates ranged from 3.61% to 3.85%. And so that allowed us to be able to recognize that on that day, we got the best rate. This morning, we took bids on a very small bank loan, $1 million, but again, received 5 proposals ranging from a 4.1% to a 5%. Again, allowing us to ensure that at least of the rates available today, we are getting the best rate. And that's what securing or doing these financings with that general obligation pledge will allow us to do. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioners, questions?
Sure.
Commissioner Hills? Commissioner Nosad? Commissioner Turkey? Okay. I don't see any questions.
Okay, just a couple things that I did a presentation last year about debt financing 101. And just a reminder, the good best practices are you never want your asset life to be less than the debt. In this case, the judicial center is going to last a lot longer than the issuance, than the life of the bonds. Also, things to weigh are, could we save up for it? It's very hard to do. This makes sure that we are funding the priorities of the commission and making sure that the funding is in place for the priority projects. And it also spreads the expenses of the financing over the life of that asset. So it matches, instead of paying like cash once, you have one lump sum, it stretches those costs out over the life of the asset. Those are my only comments.
Thank you, Ms. Willoughby. Sensing no other questions, we can conclude that presentation. That is a presentation-only item, so we don't use public comment for this. So we can go on to item number 6 then, if you are pleased. Read that into the record. Item number 6 for possible action, discussion to adopt Resolution 2023R-071, a resolution concerning the financing of a building project for Douglas County, directing the clerk treasurer to notify the Douglas County Debt Management Commission of the county's proposal to issue general obligations thereof, providing certain details in connection therewith, and providing the effective date thereof relating to the Judicial Center construction project. The anticipated amount of the proposed general obligation revenue bonds portion of the Judicial Center financing is up to $43,300,000, being once again presented by CFO Terry Willoughby and Mr. Marty Johnson, JNA Consulting Group, LLC. You may proceed.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. As noted in the presentation below this prior, this is the very first step in this process. And there'll be many more chances for this to come back to the board, and we will have more idea about the cost of the project. I don't have anything to add other than what was already provided in the presentation, but Marty and I could answer any questions at this time.
Commissioners, questions?
In this resolution 2023R-071, is there a vote by the populace required?
Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. I can answer that question for you. So what this action today does is initiate the process by which the general obligation revenue supported bonds would be issued. And ultimately, provided the Debt Management Commission approves that proposal, the county then the county commission then adopts a resolution of intent to issue the debt. That starts a 90-day petition period whereby if a petition signed by 5% of their last registered electorate were to sign a petition to throw the matter to a vote, then a vote would be required to issue the debt. If that does not occur, a public vote is not required for issuance of this debt.
What I'm concerned about is funding this with property taxes, which means an increase in property taxes.
Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. So, as mentioned by our financial advisor, Marty Johnson, it is not anticipated that any property tax increase would be required for this particular debt issuance. The pledged revenues for this are 15% of the county's consolidated tax receipts, which is separate and apart from property tax revenue.
Is not anticipated. Would you care to define that for me, please? It's a nebulous term. You don't anticipate.
I'm not sure I can say it better than that. It's the county doesn't plan to service this debt with additional property tax. And again, as noted, the county is at the property tax statutory cap right now, so the county doesn't have the ability as it stands to raise property taxes anymore. That's one of the reasons why, in order to issue this type of debt, the alternative revenue source of a consolidated tax receipt is contemplated.
Commissioner Hales.
I don't believe I've spoken as a commissioner about the Judicial Center, and I'm not going to be lengthy, but I want to just speak briefly about why I'm in favor of this. And two basic concerns of mine. One is safety and support of the sheriff's office and our law enforcement. And the other is concerned that we as a county provide the service of judicial access. So right now, the sheriff's department doesn't have enough room. And by building a judicial center, we can move that function from the building to a new building and allow the sheriff's department to have the room that they need. Right now, the courts, as they are operating in the current JLEC, are crowded. The facilities are insufficient. We have various parties that are having to be in the same proximity. It makes it very uncomfortable and difficult. And having a better planned system would allow people to go through the judicial system with less difficulty. And I believe that when people have to go to court, it's emotionally difficult and difficult in many ways. And one service we can provide as a county is to make sure that our facilities are adequate and provide that service in as quality a way as we can within our means. So I'm convinced that this is a necessary expense to provide the services to our residents that they should have.
Commissioner Rice.
Ms. Willoughby, there's not a doubt in my mind that we need this building. This facility has been needed for a very long time. The years that I spent with the Sheriff Department and the years that I spent in the courtroom as a deputy constable convinced me that something needs to be done. So I have no doubt in my mind that we need to do this. My question to you is this proposal the least expensive way of accomplishing this goal?
Terry Willoughby for the record. Yes, about a year ago, the board directed me to do more research and come up with the best solution. This is the best solution for the county.
Thank you.
So my comments will be that this county has recognized the need to do something regarding our current Judicial and Law Enforcement Center, better known as the JLEC Center, for a number of years, to the point of going out and working with folks to look at an expansion of the current JLEC Center. That possible expansion came back to the tune, if I am understanding right, a couple of years ago at over $55 million just for the remodel of that center, with a multi-story parking garage on that site as well. That, in my mind, only provides a Band-Aid for an eventual need to expand even beyond that. And in addition to that, as has been mentioned, we have a real need for the sheriff to have additional space in that building as well. So this was one of the cornerstones that I saw that needed to be addressed as a commissioner several years ago. And that's the whole reason why we went ahead and bought the 57 acres of property beyond on Buckeye, beyond the current center. It's a heavy price tag. I think we all recognize that it's a heavy price tag. And we looked at financing options a year ago, and those were a heavy price tag as well. However, the Band-Aid that we were going to put on the current JLEC Center has obviously gone up well over $55 million, and that was going to have financing on top of that. And at some point in time, we have to bite the bullet and pull the trigger on this to accomplish this task of providing our residents with a properly and state-of-the-art judicial center. So while the amount is difficult. If we don't pull the trigger now, the prices are only going up, construction costs are only going up, labor is only going up, materials are only going up, interest rates are only going up. We do have the ability to refinance down the line, as we've done with the community center. Would that be a correct statement?
Terry Willoughby, that is correct.
So, and we're going to retire that debt within 10 years. I think it's actually sooner than that, but I won't. And we're also at, as I understand it, many of our jurisdictions within this county are at the maximum property tax rate that's available to us to assess. So we can't really depend upon the ability to assess additional property taxes beyond what NRS allows us to. So the C-tax allocation seems appropriate to me. And so anyways, that's kind of where I'm looking.
And Terry Willoughby, for the record, so our C-tax actual growth over the last collections, excuse me, over the last 6 years, I believe, was an 8% growth. And so we're very conservative in projecting that growth for the bond issuance. I believe you said 2% for 2 years and then 0 growth. So that's a very conservative projection compared to what the actual historical growth has been.
I just
Commissioner
wanted-
Tarkanian?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted a quick statement. Concur with my colleagues that there's a need for the building and everything, but the only thing that I think is missing here is it's probably going to be quite a bit more than 43 million if it was estimated at 40 million last year, because the construction costs have gone up substantially over this past year. Now, they are hoping that those costs come down some because of some of the things that are happening worldwide, and hopefully the interest rates come down a little bit. But I mean, you're looking at least a double-digit increase in your construction costs from a year ago.
Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. I can touch on that issue. So remember, the proposal is twofold. There's this component of a $43.3 million proposed general obligation revenue back piece. And that's what we're talking about with this resolution. And as was noted in the presentation previously, there's also a medium-term piece as well, which is viewed as providing a sort of buffer based upon what the costs may ultimately come in at. Obviously, the county's working to keep that as low as possible, and that process is ongoing. But there is some play in the numbers that
I understand that, and we talked about that, and it was mentioned here. I'm just saying we should let the public know it's probably not going to be 43 million. It might be, we're going to have to probably dip into that second part. But I mean, that doesn't make the project less desirable or needed.
And Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. So just so the public is clear, the proposal for the total debt issuance for the project is 57 million. I think it's 57.1 exactly. That would be the total debt issuance, the upper bound for the project.
And Terry Willoughby-
Combining both methods of financing.
And Terry Willoughby, some of that will be recouping costs like design we've already spent. As you recall, about a year ago, Zach and I brought a reimbursement resolution to the board that allows us to recoup some of those costs we've already spent in design and the CMAR contract. So that, it's not just the construction going forward as well.
Okay, if there's no further questions or comments by the board, we'll go to, this is possible action, so we'll go to public comment on this. Does anybody have public comment on item number 6?
Jason Gibson, the Maladministration Audit Council for Douglas County. Last year in May, when the federal government committed this country to war in Ukraine, they committed us to a $40 billion price tag. It was the same day that Douglas County commissioners committed us to a $40 million price tag on this cash cow of a criminal enterprise. That war is now at $1.3 trillion we're committed over there, and it's just going to keep going. Just like with these folks here. We've been telling them that this corporate body politic is not only unlawful, but it's a deficit spending model with no basis in reality. These folks aren't connected with their geography or their demographic. They're obviously not connected with whole systems or the economy. They don't know how much this building's going to cost. It started out at $35 million. Then it went to 40 million. Now we're hearing 57 million. And if I heard correctly in the presentation, we're looking at 40 million in interest. You're looking at a $100 million building. Now, we've asked them for the last year to run an opinion poll, and they won't do it. They don't want to know the opinion of the people about this building because they're enriching themselves and their contractors and their buddies and their shareholders. They're a bunch of crooks is what they are, white-collar crooks. You do an audit on what that building, what they're doing down there at that judicial facility, and you're going to find all sorts of shady business. None of these people have business in that facility. I do. I've got a lifetime of business in this facility since I was 16 being hunted by this law enforcement criminal enterprise scheme. They create the crime that they're paid to police. Judges are crooks, and the cops are not honest either. On the upper echelon, they might be more honest than the others, but they all need to be retrained. This is going to have such a profound impact on the social fabric of our community. The fact of the matter is that they want surveillance on every light post in our parks, on our dance floors. They want to expand this criminal enterprise. They want black helicopters. These folks are engaged in a form of domestic terrorism, and they're getting filthy rich at it. They have no plan. They built this, they plan to build this on a floodplain. Didn't you hear what the gentleman said this morning? It's going to cost 3 times what they're telling us because they're building it on a floodplain. They're going to have to haul the dirt just to get it off the ground. These guys don't even know what they're building on. Where's your public opinion poll? Where's your spine, people? Wake up!
Additional public comment?
Can I start? Okay, I wasn't here this morning, so I don't know if you covered the Buckeye flood mitigation plan, but my concern about this issue.
Miss, we need you to state your name for the record, please.
Jeannie Shizuru, for the record. So I don't know if you already covered the Buckeye flood mitigation plan, but my concern with this issue is twofold. First of all, you're contemplating doing a general obligation bond, which in Douglas County, the citizens expect that they're going to have a say about whether a general obligation bond is, if they enter into that. Now, you may have some kind of workaround, consolidated tax or whatever, but I'm telling you, consistent with what Jason's saying, the expectation of the citizens is that they get to have a say when the county is put on the line for a general obligation bond. And the other concern that I have about this issue is that it's being done in a very piecemeal manner, which I would say is probably somewhat intentional. If you have a $57 million bonding issue that you are proposing, and the Buckeye flood mitigation study is estimating $44 million to do that flood remediation work up front, and you still have to build the Muller Parkway because guess what? The federal government didn't come up with the money for that. Then you are anticipating a lot of bonding for Douglas County, but you're only presenting it one thing at a time. And as Jason said, you haven't done a survey, and this little meeting here is not sufficient to sufficiently warn the public about what you are intending to do to indebt the citizens.
I just want to say ditto to what Jeannie said, and also, you also have a contract that's has to be fulfilled shortly to build Muller Parkway, David Nelson. And that's going to run you probably anywhere from $15 to $20 million. I understand some of the ditches are causing a problem up there, that it's going to cost more than the original estimate, by probably double. So you've got a lot of things on your plate here that are costing us money. And we're headed into a recession, in case you haven't heard. So I think you should be very, very cautious. The Fed has already announced probably 2 more increases in rates in the next 6 months. That could affect this bond. So please be cautious in what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
James McCullough for the record. I agree that this is a scary amount of money. It really is. And as I know the Rancho is doing a pipeline project, we've seen what the costs have done because of inflation. It's a scary thing to do. The other hand, that center is built for a population of something like 19,000. We have almost 50,000 in this county and growing. And it is necessary to find a way to do this. Absolutely is needed. It's not an option. It has to be done. So the best way to do it, the best way to finance, I'm not a financial guy. This cannot just simply be delayed. It's not going to get any cheaper. It has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Seeing no additional public comment, bring it back to the board. Any additional comments or questions by the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt Resolution 2023 R-071 as presented.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Hales to adopt Resolution 2023 R-071 as presented. Any further discussion? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes 5-0. Very good. Thank you very much. And I think you guys have your direction that you needed, right? So, okay. So we'll now move to, we've had 1 and 5 and 6. And I guess we now go to, you want to catch number 2 now? Or do we need to go to 4? Okay. Oh, that's right. Okay, pardon me. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Okay, so we'll go to item number 4 for presentation only. Yes, we have a plane to catch or something of that nature, so we have people that need to come. So for presentation item only, item number 4, so we won't be taking public comment on this one. Presentation on the Buckeye Creek Flood Mitigation Concept Study completed by J.E. Fuller and CA Group. I hope is that California Group or just CA Group? Oh, thank you. I just want to preface that, because a CA group that represent California probably is not music to this commission's ears. Okay, so and this being presented by once again Ms. Courtney Walker, our stormwater manager. And I think after this presentation, commissioners will take a 5-minute break to use the facilities. Okay.
Maybe Marcia will help me out. Courtney Walker for the record. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for accommodating the agenda change so that these folks could catch a plane after they present this information to you. We have the Carson Water Subconservancy District. We partner with them often with the Cooperating Technical Partnership, where they're able to obtain FEMA funding, and they manage grant projects that the various counties within the Carson River watershed would like to do, and usually there's studies. And so we worked with them to obtain the FEMA funding and then put out an RFQ for the Buckeye Creek Flood Mitigation Design Concept. And J.E. Fuller was the selected contractor, and so they are here to present their findings. It's a very preliminary concept. that we're looking at. We did see quite a few impacts from Buckeye Creek this winter. And step one, I guess, in solving the issue is basically figuring out what do you need to do to really alleviate the downstream impacts from that, and what is a rough cost estimate to do so. And then from there, you can really work on your decision-making on whether or not it's a priority, or if you want to pivot slightly or do something smaller scale, et cetera. And so this presentation is essentially to go over what their findings are, talk about their modeling approach, and talk about what they are recommending at this time, unless we take a step further and try to do some further analysis, et cetera. So it's a great partnership through the Carson Water Subconservancy District. The county didn't incur any funds to do this study. It was 100% funded through FEMA. And so with that, I'm going to introduce Mike Kellogg. He's with J.E. Fuller out of Arizona, and you may recognize him. He has coordinated the Johnson Lane Area Drainage Master Plan and also the Ruin-Stroth Area Drainage Master Plan. This project is not as large scale as those area drainage master plans. It just deals with one major watershed, Buckeye Creek. It only has one wash in it, whereas Johnson Lane has several and Ruin-Stroth has a couple as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mike.
So, excuse me for just a minute. As we go through this, once again, I hope you don't mind us interrupting you from time to time to ask questions. I just find it easier to do that rather than have to jump back up to the slide.
Sure.
Okay. So
Of
thank
course.
you. Thank you for accommodating us in that regard. So, commissioners, if you have a question as we go through this, please ask it as we go through it.
Okay, well, thank you, Courtney, for the introduction, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Mike Kellogg. I'm the project manager for this study with J.E. Fuller. So Courtney, this is a graphic of what Courtney just described. So this was a project funded by FEMA through a grant that was applied for and received by the Carson Water Subconservancy District. They work in partnership with Douglas County on this project. Carson Water Subconservancy District was kind of the funding administrator, and then working closely with the county. And then the technical team was J.E. Fuller and CA Group. So I'm going to talk to you today about the project goals, some of the data that we had to collect and generate to do this study, the results of the study, talk about the concept mitigation design that we ultimately came up with, and what the benefits are of that design to the Buckeye Creek watershed area. And then we'll conclude with questions if there are any remaining, and of course, if you have questions along the way. So these are the project goals. They were the goals that were provided to us by Douglas County for this project. So the first was to evaluate potential locations for potential flood mitigation, and then for a basin, assess the viability of a basin that would reduce the downstream Buckeye Creek 100-year flow from 3,940 cubic feet per second to approximately 400 CFS. The 3,940 is the FEMA regulatory discharge for the 100-year storm. And that's the standard for most flood control design structures is the 100-year or 1% chance event. And the county's goal was to reduce that to 400 CFS, which is a significant reduction. And if we were to find that a basin was viable, develop 15% design plans and ensure that whatever we came up with was not going to negatively impact any other ongoing projects in the study area, for example, Moeller Parkway. We were to also evaluate the existing network of ditches and irrigation canals downstream and make sure that that they would be compatible with this new discharge, and if not, what new design for those channels might be required. So we had to collect topographic mapping for the project area. That was kind of the first big data collection effort. We collected that through LiDAR mapping, which is essentially an airplane flies over the project area, has an instrument that fires millions of lasers down on the ground, and they bounce back to the plane. And that time between when they leave and bounce back
you can measure very subtle differences in the ground topography. So we have very high-resolution topography of the entire project area that you can see on the figure on the right. And that's now available to the county and for whatever uses that are needed in the project area for that. We also went out and looked at all existing culverts and bridges within the project area and got those measurements and locations. So for our project hydrology, I mentioned the FEMA effective study. That's what we used. We did not generate any new hydrology. That study is the effective study for this area. So we used the 100-year discharge and 100-year storm that was generated from that FEMA effective study. There are 2 tributaries that come into Buckeye Creek above the potential basin location, and so we also wanted to make sure we included those tributaries and their inflows in our design. So we developed an existing conditions hydraulic model, and the first real key step to that was to develop what we call surface feature classification. Land use is another term that's often used, where we identified every single building in the project area. We identified every street, whether it was paved or unpaved, if there were areas of turf, grass areas, all the different agricultural areas, ag fields, and we delineated each one of those structures separately, and you could see in the figure here how high resolution that was. And then we developed from that data and the topographic mapping that I mentioned previously, we developed a 2-dimensional hydraulic model using the latest technology that is the most commonly used for FEMA studies, software called HEC RAS. And our goal with this was to identify where are the flooding limits that exist today before any sort of mitigation were to happen. Where do we see the flooding limits? And so our model now, I'll show you in a minute, identified the flow depths and the discharge and velocity throughout the entire project area from Buckeye Creek. So in our decision-making process to identify where we might look at designing a mitigation structure, the county provided to us a list of parcels with a priority. So what you see on this figure here is 11 different parcels, and the numbering is the priority that the county wanted us to look at them. So they first wanted us to look at parcel number 1. If that wasn't going to work, look at parcel number 2, number 3, number 4, et cetera. Perhaps if one parcel wasn't going to work, maybe a combination. So we went back and forth with the, yes, question.
Just so I could follow you while you're going, which one did you end up choosing?
Number 1. That's why it's highlighted in blue there. So we ended up, that was their first priority parcel, and we ended up being able to use that one. We did go back and forth with the county on several different options and different basin combinations, and some were more effective than others. And ultimately, we found that their first priority parcel was the most beneficial. And that's what's shown here in the blue is parcel number 1.
Question for
Yes.
Ms. Walker, probably, I think. What criteria did you use to determine your preference on those lots?
It's not working, there we go. Courtney Walker, for the record. We used a bunch of different factors to decide whether or not we could use a parcel. Number 1 being, is it located near or on the channel? Number 2, who's it owned by? Is it ever going to be feasible that if it is privately owned, that the county could obtain an easement? Or is it public land like BLM land or county-owned land, et cetera? And so those were probably the 2 most things that we looked at first, but then we also just wanted to see which parcels could give us the most bang for our buck, and land acquisition is a big factor. It adds greatly to the cost, and acquiring the land is one thing, but if you have a willing seller of the land is a whole nother obstacle to overcome. And so we wanted to prioritize the parcels in the way that we know if we've identified an effective project, we can definitely move forward with it. We don't want to do a design on a piece of land that we'll never be able to acquire.
So if for some
if for some reason parcel one wasn't available, would this study be relevant to some backup choices?
Yes. So since they just were able to look at number one, just for clarification, is owned by the Grandview Estates Homeowners Association. We've met with their homeowners association a few different times, and they appeared to be open to providing an easement to the county on their open space land. And so that's why we decided to look at that one first. If they had been adamantly opposed, we wouldn't have even tried to look at it anymore. We would have moved on to the next priorities.
Commissioner Olson?
Yes, question. Let me get down here. Your latest technology used is HEC RAS 2D. And then you come down to the next one, and you're utilizing the FEMA flood plan, or floodplain, that is 21 years old.
Yeah, we didn't use the FEMA floodplain delineation. No, we used their hydrology only. But this is a new model that was developed. We are using a different model than was developed, the FEMA floodplain was developed from, but we also have this updated mapping that we collected for the study. So the goal for this project was not to try to match or the FEMA regulatory flood limits. We were using just a different model, and the purpose of this study was to identify existing flooding limits and then look at what the benefit would be. So we needed kind of an apples to apples comparison.
So I'm going to go back to page 6. FEMA, or Project Hydrology, FEMA Effective Hydrology 2012.
Yes.
And are you using that in any part of this project?
Yes, we're using the hydrology from the FEMA study, which gave us that 3,940 cubic feet per second discharge. So we're using the hydrology, but we're not really looking at the floodplain limits.
Are you using any floodplain description? In other words, if you look at the floodplain now, that was 21 years old.
Yes.
It's definitely going to be very much out of date with what
Yes.
happened this year.
Correct.
And how do you take that into account?
So again, the study, we're not really trying to compare to the FEMA study because we're using newer mapping and newer technology. We're sort of, think about it as kind of setting a new baseline from which to compare any mitigation from that. So we're using the FEMA hydrology, but we didn't really look at the FEMA floodplain. That would have been not a good comparison for what we're doing.
So you're looking at the 3,940 compared to 400, which is where you want to be.
Right.
And-
That's really what we're comparing is the
And
discharges.
that's based on a 21-year-old figure.
Yeah, but the hydrology we didn't feel like was, I mean, it's the accepted hydrology. And we didn't feel like the hydrology had any major problems. We felt like it was a reasonable representation of the hydrology for the watershed. So we didn't really feel like we needed to update the hydrology for this study.
Then let me ask you this. Compared to the 3940, is that number bigger this year than it has ever been in recorded history?
Well, the creek hasn't seen that discharge to my knowledge. There is a USGS gauge on the watershed that is a manual staff gauge. But I don't know that we've seen that discharge on this watershed since they've been recording it. Courtney, do you recall?
Courtney Walker, for the record. We weren't able to, since that is a manual gauge, we weren't able to see what the peak discharge was from Buckeye Creek. It's a future project that we're trying to install gauges on all of the washes within the county that flow from the pine nuts. However, this winter was an anomaly. You can't really characterize it as a certain size storm because we had so much low elevation snow and then a series of storms that ended up being warmer. And so it wasn't just one storm that caused the flooding impacts. It was a combination of several throughout the course of the winter. So it's really hard to characterize what we saw for this winter, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay, so as we've identified our parcel number one, that we felt would be adequate to look at a mitigation design structure. And just to remind you, the goal was to reduce the flow in Buckeye Creek downstream of the basin from 3,940 to 400 cubic feet per second. Some of the constraints on this design was the county asked us to design this so that it wouldn't be classified as a jurisdictional dam, which means that the basin would need to be located entirely below grade. So what constitutes a jurisdictional dam is a certain volume of water that's impounded above grade by some sort of a levee or some sort of embankment structure that impounds the water above grade. And so there's a lot of environmental challenges, environmental compliance challenges with jurisdictional dams, and you have to go into a whole nother sort of level of design when you have a jurisdictional dam. And so if we could make this work without having it be a jurisdictional dam, that was preferred. So that was one of sort of the constraints we were looking at. Buckeye Creek is a good-sized watershed. It's 80 square miles or so. And it has a pretty large runoff volume during this 100-year storm. And so that's another challenge. In order to have an impact downstream, we needed to be able to capture a pretty significant volume of water for that 100-year storm. We also know that Buckeye Creek, when it flows, carries sediment with it. And we needed to account for that extra volume of sediment in the flow that would get into the basin. So that basin needed to be sized to account for the flow volume and also some sediment volume as well. So some of the statistics of the basin design are there on the slide. So the total basin excavation volume to be removed to construct the basin is 3,740 cubic yards. One of the tributaries that I mentioned previously actually flows currently right through where this basin would be located. So we proposed a routing of that tributary to the south of the basin, and so that excavation volume for that channel and a few small channel improvements of Buckeye Creek near the basin is about 78,000 cubic yards. And we tried really hard to hit that 400 CFS, but with our design, we were able to get the outflow discharge to be 781. So we couldn't quite hit the 400, but we were able to design a significant reduction in discharge downstream with this design. So a few of the benefits, approximately 2,700 acres downstream of the basin would benefit from this structure by lowering the water surface elevation. And that 780 CFS is an 80% reduction in the peak discharge. So it's significant. It's an impactful and significant reduction downstream. The county also asked us to look at two specific road crossings downstream, and if they, in their current state and the culverts with them, would they be able to handle that 780 cubic feet per second flow? They asked us to look at East Valley Road and Hayborn Road. So we did look at East Valley Road, and at present, those culverts there do have the capacity to pass that discharge without overtopping. At Hayborn Road, it does not have the capacity, and so we looked at what culverts would need to be sized and installed in order to pass that flow, and we determined that 3 10-foot by 5-foot box culverts would be adequate enough to pass the flow under Hayborn Road. So that's information that the county now has. If they ever want to do an improvement there, they have that information. We also did look at those channels and farm canals downstream of the basin, and most of those do not have the capacity for that 780 CFS. So if it were to be desired to want to be able to pass that flow all the way through to the highway to 395, then what size channel would be required? And that's what this design here is that you see. This channel would be designed to convey that 700 CFS. So again, this is for information for the county to have in the future should they ever want to do any improvements. This is the size channel that would be needed. So I'm going to show a couple of flood animations now. The first one is existing conditions. So this is from our hydraulic model, and this is what the flow inundation limits would look like based on the FEMA hydrology and the new mapping that we obtained for this project. I'll let this loop a couple times so you could see it. Now, this animation is with our proposed mitigation basin in place, and you'll see the basin kind of on the upper right sort of portion of the screen. You'll see the basin begin to fill up there, and you'll notice the difference in the downstream flood inundation limits with the basin in place. So it's a pretty significant reduction. Much of the floodplain, or I should say much of the flood inundation area is removed with this structure. So we were asked to come up with a approximate design for this. This is a concept level study, so what we call a 15% design. And the total cost of construction and maintenance is about $44 million, which is a lot. Most of that cost is excavation of the basin itself, the excavation volume and the haul off of the material is the bulk of the cost of that. So this is assuming that the material is removed and hauled away. You know, there are other options maybe for that material that could be used or disposed of in other ways that would potentially offset some of the cost of that construction. So that's our conclusion. Be happy to answer any other questions.
So I'm going to take the opportunity here.
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, Mr. Walker, I had the opportunity to visit with you yesterday, and we went through this, and we also actually did a boots on the ground visit to this area, and so I really appreciate your time spent yesterday and educating me on this and taking a look at this. And your models show an impressive reduction in flow. Okay. Obviously, as we discussed yesterday, the biggest problem we have here is the $44 million price tag, okay? And so when you say concept, I'm glad that you say concept, because you're not asking us to approve funding today because it's funding we don't have, right? We talked about that yesterday. If the federal government were to wave a magic wand and all of a sudden give us $44 million, then that would probably be a good place to put it. I don't know. There may be other areas of the county where we could put that $44 million also. A few come to mind, but I won't mention those today. My fear is that we're competing with a lot of other jurisdictions around this country for similar studies and similar flood mitigation efforts. And so my anticipation of getting federal funds for this is slim and none. And I would say closer to the none than I would the slim, okay? We did make a request from the federal government for flood mitigation funds last year for buckbrush out in Johnson Lane area, for Smelter Creek, and I was very impressed that the report that you gave us last year on Smelter Creek, basically very similar to this, came to fruition this year. We watched it happen, okay? So that was impressive. But at the same point in time, we don't have the money to do that either. We recognized that last year. I think that was a recognized financial inability of the county. We have applied for federal funds for both Buckbrush and Smelter Creek in that unnamed tributary. I still call it, I won't go there. Anyways, while this study is impressive and while the concept is impressive, and while, yes, and you have to look at return on investment also, okay? And while the flow study is impressive, I question the ROI on that, So anyways, that's all I have to say. But I think it's important that we get out to the public, okay, that you're not asking us for money and we don't have the money to dedicate to this type of project. So while I appreciate it, we still have to live within the financial constraints of our county. So anyways, that being said, I'll entertain the questions or observations from the other commissioners as well.
On the the map that shows the circular irrigation agricultural area, there's a red line on the far left side. Is that 395?
Yes.
Where does the water go from there?
It was outside of our project limits, so we didn't
But
look
you're
at
going to
that.
build a culvert to go under 395.
There are culverts under 395 currently, yes.
All right. So where's the obvious place the water would go?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
What's the obvious place that the water would go?
Where it's going to go now. It's not changing the location of where the flow is now. We're just reducing the volume of flow and the discharge.
Does it get to the Carson River?
Eventually, I believe.
It does not get to your house because you're up on a hill. So, Commissioner Hales, I see your light's on.
Yes. So it's fantastic that we get all of this information at no cost to us. And I think it's super helpful for a number of reasons. One is planning culverts, right? If we're doing work on roads, we know the size of the culverts we're going to need eventually, potentially. And it gives us really good information about most of the land that would be flooded if we didn't do this basin would be ag land. And so you say, well, then what's the ROI? But nonetheless, that's really good information because it gives us an idea if someone were to ask to develop that land, how much it really is going to cost to make that land safe from flooding. And wouldn't that have been great information for the previous county commissioners to have when certain developments were built that now are still in the floodplain and we're dealing with the fallout of trying to figure out how to keep flood water out of those developments. So it's fantastic information to have for lots of reasons, and those are just two of them. And I agree. I think it's kind of interesting that we get this 43 million on the agenda for the Judicial Center, and we get this 44 million for a big hole in the ground. And I guess I would say that nobody's saying we should spend the money to put this basin in right now. But I started with how valuable this information is anyway, and I do believe it is really valuable anyway. And we do have to grapple with what do we do with these floodwaters? Our people want to know if this event happened and those houses in Windhaven were to have water damage, they could come to us and say, why didn't you save us from this? And we can say, because of the $44 million price tag. That's good information for us to have for a lot of reasons. And so I really appreciate this information. And as we get more stormwater information, we can prioritize what's most important to us in the county to take care of first. And this is not imminent, and I know we've heard from people who live near the proposed site, and I understand their concerns, but I'm just going to reiterate, this is not in any way imminent, but it is really good information. Thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian, anything to add? Commissioner Nosak, Commissioner Rice? Okay, if that concludes your presentation, we appreciate your visiting with us today and hope you are still able to make your plane.
Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Okay, so we're gonna take a break here for, until a quarter to, yes, a quarter till 4, right? Quarter to 4. Okay, so we're still awaiting three commissioners to rejoin us. So hopefully so we're going to delay until we get them back in session. So if they're within earshot and they hear this, they can please. Okay, we're gonna resume the board meeting. Commissioner Rice will rejoin us in a second, so we're gonna go ahead and proceed. We're gonna make another slight deviation of the agenda with the cooperation and acceptance of Commissioner Hales. We're gonna move item number 2 to just before item number 7. So at this time, we're gonna go into item number 3 because I suspect that most of you here, as the public, have been awaiting all day for item number 3. So rather than delay that, we'll go into that and anticipate this place turning into a mausoleum after that, I think. So anyways, item number 3 for possible action. Item number 3 for possible action in this, so we will allow public comment on that, and that's the whole purpose of listing this as for possible action, because I anticipate we have a number of members of the public who wish to voice their opinions on this. So item number 3 for possible action, discussion to provide public comment from the Board of County Commissioners to the Nevada Department of Transportation, NDOT, regarding an update to the proposed US 50 Corridor Management Plan and the proposed temporary demonstration project reducing 4 lanes to 3 lanes, one of which being a center turn between Zephyr Cove, Nevada and Round Hill Pines, Nevada. And this is being presented by our Roads Division Manager, John Erb, and I believe we have representatives in NDOT here also. Okay, so thank you for your attendance. Mr. Erb, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, John Erb, Douglas County Public Works. I'm here today to introduce Darren Tedford, the Deputy Director of NDOT, to go over the US 50 demonstration project. He's been here in the past, and they are doing some updates, and I'll turn it over to Darren now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Darren Tedford, Deputy Director of NDOT. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, for allowing me to be here today and give a very short presentation on the current status of our corridor management plan up at Lake Tahoe.
Could you repeat your name again, because I didn't hear it. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Darren Tedford. So the corridor management study that's underway is from State Line on Highway 50 to the top of Spooner Summit. It's been underway for a couple of years. NDOT has been working cooperatively with all the stakeholders in the corridor for that period of time, including public meetings, outreach, and so on. The intent of the corridor study is to look at improving safety and address the needs of the entire corridor, typically transportation needs, but also needs that rely on transportation through that area. The plan was for the study to be finished at the end of the year. The study will result in recommendations for improvements to the corridor. At the same time, there's a preservation project planned for that corridor, same limits from State Line to the top of Spooner. This is a typical 10 or 12-year cycle for renewing the pavement, mill off the pavement, put back new pavement. A project like this will typically also make improvements, safety improvements, such as guardrail, barrier rail, drainage improvements, lighting improvements. Those will all be included in this project that's planned, that's been under development for about the same period of time, because it takes that long. And it will be advertised end of this month or in August. That project will go to the Transportation Board for approval in October, maybe November, and anticipate construction starting in the spring as soon as the contractor's allowed to break ground. That's background on what's going on with the two different operations that definitely have a tie. The reason I said they have a tie is because when we were doing this corridor study and there's recommendations, if there's something that we can put into the preservation project and do it sooner than later, we're going to do it. At the same time, let me go on. One of the draft recommendations, as Mr. Chair, you indicated in the title of the item today, was one of the recommendations from the corridor study is how we see it might be possible to slow down traffic in this corridor and to reduce serious and fatal crashes. For a corridor of this type, which there's not a lot of corridors of this type in the country as in the nation, but in terms of traffic, volume, and number of lanes and access, both on and off the highway, besides intersections, but in driveways, other similar roads in the state don't have this high level of crashes and serious crashes and fatalities. That's something we track statewide. It comes in from reports from all law enforcement, state police, and all local law enforcement. That's data that we track statewide. So we have the information that along this corridor, crashes and fatalities are higher than they should be. It draws our focus, as it should. One of the opportunities to slow down traffic is the idea to take it down to 3 lanes. And as you read in the title of the item, the 3 lanes would be 1 lane, a through lane in one direction, a through lane in the other direction, and a center 2-way left turn lane. In terms of the areas that were identified, we're not intending, it was never intended to be the whole stretch of that corridor. We realize there's heavy traffic, not just seasonally, but closer to the state line. But at 3 certain areas that would be the most effective to achieve those goals, slow down the traffic and improve the left turn movements. The improvement to the left turn movement is if you can get the through traffic, instead of being on the inside lane, the fast lane with their blinker on, if you can get them into their own lane, they can make a safer left turn lane without as high a risk of being rear-ended. This idea for reducing the speeds would reduce serious crashes or the severity of crashes if they did occur. And that was one of the ideas that is in the draft corridor study recommendation. We had the opportunity to propose to do a demo section. In other words, if this was to be in the final corridor study recommendation and it was to be implemented, that could potentially be done on the project next year. What we were working on was, can we do a demo section and see if it's going to work? Because you've heard opinions on both sides that we think it's an effective method to slow down traffic and reduce crashes. And you've also heard opposition to how that might function. The plan was to put this demo section in from the south side of the Zephyr Cove signal down towards Round Hill, not quite all the way to the new entrance to the Round Hill Pines, based on 2 things. Based on public comment that we've had indicating the need for more outreach, and based on the fact that the Warrior Way construction of a new signal, which is immediately to the south, north of the Zephyr Cove signal, is underway. The department is indefinitely delaying our intent to put in a demo test section. Our intent is to move forward with the project that I indicated that will be advertised in July or August, and it will have very similar striping to what is existing. I say very similar because we're going to continue to explore and implement incremental increases to safety and reduce speed up there that we can. The striping that we're going to advertise for the contract that'll be coming out will not have reduced sections. Couple other slides, you've seen these before, I presented them last time. This is the speeds we're talking about, and it's not all the traffic. That's one of the problems. One of the problems up there is a lot of traffic is going slower than other traffic. That causes a speed differential, which can lead to its own type of crash. Also, that's not an NDOT sign. That's a sign in the area of the proposed but now delayed demo section that is coming out of the private access that acknowledges that left turn movements are a challenge on a lot of the stretches of this corridor. As just some highlights on what the outreach we have done so far has included. We're going to continue that outreach. We're going to do our best to make sure we're getting the full input from all the members of the community, not just the members, the residents, but law enforcement, emergency response, the casinos, the county. Everyone is a stakeholder. When I say stakeholders, I'm talking about everybody. This is where we were stuck for our demonstration project, and instead of just implementing it, we had proposed a demonstration project. You heard about my plans for that. Just for an example, we did basically a mock-up of what that would look like. This is south of Zephyr Cove, headed for Round Hill Pines, looking to the south. So that would have been what the section looked like. As I indicated, we're approaching fall of 2023 quickly. It's not a drop-dead deadline for us to finish the corridor study, so we're going to extend our public outreach. And like I said, the corridor study is going to be completed one way or another. It's going to have a list of recommendations. It's not requirements. It's suggestions for how to not only address safety, but all the other needs of the corridor that have been identified. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Turkanian.
So I was involved in some of these discussions last December. I went to an NDOT meeting with a number of residents from Douglas County who were protesting this change. And at that meeting, one of the residents gave an alternative proposal, which NDOT said they were going to look into along with other proposals. What happened with those other proposals?
You're probably mentioning the proposal from Ms. Murphy.
That's the one that was presented, and then NDOT said they had some others. I have not heard anything since that December time period until we got notice that this test was going to happen.
Sure, thank you for the question. The idea of what NDOT can do in terms of engineering improvements to the road to improve safety. It's just one of the many things. We've talked about law enforcement many times, that's not under NDOT's purview, but there's a lot of things that can be done to improve safety. Ms. Murphy and other suggestions have all been taken into account. For example, the idea to make the lanes narrower is one that we had considered and that she suggested. Psychologically, it is an engineering improvement to the road that the drivers won't feel as comfortable driving as fast because they sense they have less room. You could relate that to if you design the road like a freeway, that's how people are going to drive. So that's one of the suggestions that's been implemented in the striping that I mentioned on the upcoming project. That the rest of that proposal we considered. The rest, another big portion of that proposal was adding turn lanes in the center. So where we have real estate, in other words, we're not going to widen the pavement at all. We were never going to narrow the pavement, but we're not going to widen the pavement at all. That's That's a whole different endeavor. The intent of this project that's going out is to mill off what's existing and put back the same exact width. So where we could extend a turn lane, possibly, there's already existing turn lanes. To make those left turn movements safer, we're going to do that too.
I guess my question would be isn't there a way you guys can provide to the board what the results were of these different things you analyzed? Because again, I'm getting a lot more people that are against it than for it, and I'm getting some for it. It would be nice to be able to have some response to them of why their ideas and some of the Ms. Murphy's or whoever else's aren't working. So this is going to take a little bit of time, and if you bear with me. I was going up to Lake Tahoe. I'm not from out here. I've only been here 3.5, 4 years. So a lot of this stuff's new to me. I'm going up there trying to make a left-hand turn with my wife and son in the car to go into this community, and there was no turning lane. And my wife's freaking out. I mean, we're stopping in the fast lane with their blinker on, and we're concerned of that. I don't think there's any doubt that the turning lane into these different neighborhoods is crucial. And I think that's very important. I also think, obviously, the speeding is very important. There are a lot of deaths, a lot of accidents, but there are a lot of things that are attributable to that, including a lot of the vacation home rental people that are out there that are having parties and getting drunk and a lot of DUIs. It's also my understanding that a lot of the speeding that's going on out there, they're going way over the speed limit. And it seems like enforcement is the answer more than trying to reduce lanes. So let me just, without going too long, I just wanted to see what have you guys looked at, because I guess what we're trying to do is find out how can we solve the really crucial issues of getting turning lanes and slowing down the traffic to make it more safe, but without eliminating 2 lanes, because when you say there's 3, there's really 2 lanes for people to go. Is there other solutions that you've looked at to slow down the traffic or make it safer? For example, if you looked at putting in, and these are just some things that have been provided to me by different constituents. You may have looked at these and you may not have. Have you looked at putting in additional lights in these areas, stop lights? Or how about roundabouts that might slow down the traffic there? And then if you want to take some notes and you can maybe answer these are just some of the questions that was raised to me. And anybody who's driven down the Highway 50 there, the people parking on the side of the street is causing an extreme hazard, maybe the biggest hazard of everything up there. And it's my understanding that they're going to eliminate parking on the side of the streets there, which they should, if you're really worried about safety. Again, lowering the speed limit and enforcing the speed limit might be a better solution than trying to reduce the lanes. And there was just, I don't know how effective this is, but somebody's mentioned having signs notifying there's blind spots coming up or what the speed limit is, just so other people know that. And I guess one of the big concerns that they raised to me is if you reduce this, not only is it going to take longer for people to get in and out of where they're going to, quite a bit longer. And I understand the study you guys did was only 5 or 6 minutes, but I've gotten pictures of some of the traffic there right now that is much worse than that. But what about if there is a fire or catastrophe and people have to get out quickly? What are the plans to allow a quick and efficient evacuation? And then my last question, and I'm just reading them off to you, maybe you could answer these to me, and if not, maybe get back to me with them, is, are there any other roads like this that similar actions have been taken, where you reduced it from 4 lanes to 2 lanes because of traffic and safety? Those are the questions I've gotten. If you can provide those answers to me, it'd be very helpful.
Sure, I appreciate the questions, and I'm happy to report that we've considered everything that you listed. So a couple of details on my brief answer. The light that we're putting in at Warrior Way, it is just north of Zephyr Cove, but that's where the elementary, junior, and high schools are, is up that road, and that's been, and the fire station is right at that corner. So that's been a challenge for that traffic movement, identified as warranted for a signal, and a signal's going in there as we speak. The corridor study indicates that a roundabout at 28 and 50, the intersection of Highway 50 up at 28 almost to the top of Spooner, is a reasonable option for an improvement to that section. And just the other day, we had another terrible crash up there. It's a very challenging intersection, so the draft corridor study has a recommendation to implement a roundabout there. The things that you suggested, yes, parking is a challenge, and some of the parking around the Warrior Way intersection now, signalized intersection, will be restricted. But the challenge on the other side of that coin is we still have the same number of people that are trying to come and visit the lake or who live at the lake and are trying to go somewhere else besides their house and park. And so parking off the road, supplying parking off the road is a challenge.
This is very important to me. If I don't mean to cut you off too much unless
ahead.
there's an important question. Yes, parking's a challenge up there, and we have to find some solutions. Our assistant county managers had some ideas, and I thought they were brilliant ideas. But I guess if you're going to talk about reducing 2 lanes because of speed and casualties, what's more important, the safety of the people on the road or the parking? Because it seems to me you could eliminate some of that side of where the parking's at and create the turn lanes. And the turn lanes are more important than anything. And then maybe you don't have to lose 2 lanes, and you have the turn lane. You just don't have people parking on the side of the road.
I understand. I appreciate that suggestion, yes. And so that is a consideration. To answer your question about either eliminating parking on the side or identifying where turn lanes need to be added, anything that widens the pavement, as I said, we're not widening the pavement, anything that widens the pavement requires a whole different endeavor to take. Typically, our right-of-way, our NDOT property is not 8 or 10 feet off the edge of the asphalt, it's a couple. And so buying property, whether it's Forest Service land or private property, to add those turn lanes would be a consideration. The easier option is using the existing pavement that we have, just matter of fact. The idea of lowering the speed limit and enforcement. Enforcement, like I said, is outside of the realm of NDOT, although we all obviously have a communication link with the county and with the state police that we can emphasize our need for more enforcement there, that maybe they can shift some resources possibly, yes. The speed limit's good where it is. It's the fact that I breezed through it in my slide, but the people are going 11 to 13 miles an hour over the existing speed limit. So if we had everybody driving between 45 and 50 miles an hour, it would not be a concern. A couple other things you mentioned, the evacuation route, it was never our intent to reduce the width of the pavement. So the same, when we did the Caldor fire evacuation, the part that happened on this side of Elks Point Road, on the north side of Elks Point Road, worked efficiently. There was 4 lanes.
I thought we were all going to finish. I had one last question. Go ahead.
We were never intending to reduce the pavement.
I just want to make sure, Mr. Tarkanian, that all the commissioners have an opportunity to address this. So thank you.
understand.
Go ahead.
I haven't said hardly anything the whole meeting, and I'm just trying to exhaust my questions, which everybody does when they are asked them. Okay, he wants me to rush through this, so I'm going to ask the last question. You're not widening the road, but you're reducing it from 3 lanes to 4 lanes to 3 lanes. So what's happened to the other lane? And is any part of the road going to be used for a bicycle path, which is a big issue to the residents?
I understand, and I appreciate the question. And eliminating that lane gives us 6 feet on each side. That's it, because you just split a 12-foot lane in half, centered up the other 3, and the corridor study, like I said, we know that TRPA is one of the stakeholders in this corridor study, and that they have desires to have facilities for both pedestrians and bicycles along this corridor. We're not intending to put in any 3-lane configuration at this point. If it did, the 3 lanes, sorry. No, we're not doing the demo section. We're going to continue our outreach as requested by the public and our transportation board, see where it gets us. We're not putting in the demo section, and the project we're going to advertise will not have any 3-lane section in it. If we did, we'd gain 6 feet on each side of the road from splitting the 12-foot lane in half, which is not enough for parking, which is enough for bikes. But again, the intent, the original suggestion was 3 separate sections of reduced lanes. So in between those, you go back to 4 lanes, and there's not room for bike lanes. Also in the TRPA's desire is to have those gaps filled with off the side of the road bike paths. Those are nowhere in the near future, not on our project that we're going to advertise. That involves buying a lot more right-of-way and working with the stakeholders to develop that space off the side of the road. So we're not doing the demo section. If at some point in the future we put in 3 lanes, there's not room to park, and we wouldn't intend to put continuous bike lanes because you would be a dead-end bike lane on each end where they had to go back to the 1-foot shoulder. Thank you for the questions, though.
Thank you. Commissioner Nosek?
Yes. You said NDOT has no control over enforcement on Highway 50. That's a state road. Forgive me for having a raspy throat. How's this? All right. So Highway 50 is a state road?
Yes, sir.
Patrolled by state police.
Correct.
Does Douglas County have any authority in enforcing speed laws there?
Did you say the county?
Yes.
Yes, Douglas County
Okay.
Sheriff's Office also.
All right. Now, I got to say that I think enforcement is one of the deterrents. And if you issue enough tickets, people will get the idea.
I agree 100%.
But sometimes, have you ever been into San Francisco across any of the major bridges?
Yes, sir.
Had your picture taken there?
Not recently.
Oh, you probably did. If you didn't pay a toll,
I did.
there
You're
you go.
right. I
Okay.
did.
Now, I'm suggesting that we have that kind of camera system on Highway 50. It'll detect speed and take a picture. You'll get a ticket through the mail, and you're going to hear, oh, $50, next time $100. That's going to deter them. So I don't know what the cost of a camera would be, but I'm sure it's substantial, but it's a suggestion.
I appreciate the suggestion. We've considered that also. The challenge with that is it's not allowed in the Constitution right now. Automated enforcement, either red light running or speed, isn't allowed per the Constitution of the state.
Sounds like a bill to first.
Yes. That NDOT would support.
Yeah. Commissioner Hales, you had questions, comments?
It's been covered. It's been covered.
Commissioner Rice?
Oh, boy, do I. Hi, nothing personal.
None taken.
Okay. I've lived in the Lake Tahoe area for over 31 years. I have 57 years of experience in law enforcement. One of the things that I have seen, much to my chagrin, are people parking in areas that are marked no parking with nothing happening. We have people double parked on Elks Point Road going down to the beach, Nevada Beach. At Zephyr Cove, when they have signs out in the left turn lane saying beach parking full, you have cars that are turning when the green arrow goes and blocking traffic so that nobody can go in any direction. Excuse me, he's not the only one with a raspy voice today. Presbyterian Curve, I'm sure you know that intersection. I don't know what you can do there with the exception of reducing the speed and putting in rumble strips. Has anybody thought about that? Rumble strips are great at either reducing speed or misaligning your front wheels. So that's something that might be considered. I cannot tell you that I've had one phone call in favor of reducing the area anywhere from Spooner to State Line to one lane in each direction in a turning lane. I have seen things on the road that are beyond belief, having done what I did for all of those years. I was passed the other day when we were going 50 miles an hour, or 55, well, it was right around 50, 55. At Glenbrook, it's legal. And the guy went into oncoming traffic to get around us because we were going too doggone slow. And I've seen, well, even on Spooner, on Kingsbury, which isn't part of the conversation today, going 45 miles an hour down that hill, I've been passed, I can't tell you how many times, and there's no passing. So one of my big problems is that unfortunately Douglas only has two units up there during the daytime. The sheriff has been kind enough to have his volunteers take care of some parking problems. Not nearly enough because he doesn't have the manpower, or person power, sorry. But I think that by reducing the speed limit from Zephyr Cove to Round Hill Pines and putting in rumble strips from time to time might do something to reduce the speed. And that, at least in my mind, is the worst section, right, and where most of the collisions occur, especially people trying to get up into Zephyr Heights or getting out of Zephyr Heights. That has been engineered so poorly, it's pathetic. And I don't know what to do about that because it's already existing. But I cannot, in good faith, because of all of the public input that I have received, I cannot even begin to try to answer all of the emails that I've received regarding this. And my county telephone, I listen to all of the voice messages, but I don't have time. There's not enough time in the day to engage in conversations with everybody that calls me, not wanting this to happen. So I don't envy you. You're setting, no matter what you do, you're a villain. But I cannot, in good faith, and hopefully this will reduce some of the public comment to let them know that to a person, I don't believe there's anybody on this board that is in favor of this process. Something has to be done, but I'm looking elsewhere. Thank you.
Can I go? Okay. So, Mr. Heffer, is Heffer?
Tedford. 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 Thank
you. I don't like calling people by the wrong name, Mr.
Appreciate
Tedford.
that.
So, anyways, I appreciate your attendance here today. It's very important for us and for the public. And I realize that we have no jurisdiction over your department. I don't like that because it involves Douglas County, okay? I don't like the fact that we don't have jurisdiction over things that happen within Douglas County. But that being said, and I also want to thank you. I travel to TRE on a daily basis, up and down, and we've had a lot of traffic delays down there over the last month and a half, and it looks like another month probably of other projects that you guys have been involved with in mitigating the flood possibilities along Highway 395, especially south of Spring Valley Road and to Holbrook Junction. And I have to admit that even though the delays have been troublesome, and I have to always plan on an extra 15 to 20 minutes to get to town or going home is not an issue, but getting to town could be an issue, trying to make sure I live up to my appointments. But anyway, so remarkable job, okay? And I really appreciate that. The things that bother me, and I've been involved in this process since about last January, a year and a half now, as your department has come forward and met with us and our safety people, Sheriff Coverly and the fire people at Tahoe Douglas, up and involved in this as these presentations have evolved. And not one time, I think, and I don't know if you've been involved, I don't recall, but maybe you have been involved in those. But I don't recall at one point, at any time during that year and a half, that I've expressed any support of any of this process, okay? Not once. And so, members of our public reached out to us about 4 months ago, 5 months ago, and said, this plan is coming forward, and can you put it on an agenda, and we can discuss it. And to my understanding, I was told that the plan had been put on the shelf, and that, and so I didn't see really an interest in kicking the dog, so to speak, let it lie. If that's where it's going, is on the shelf, I'm good with that. There's no sense having you come forward. So once again, I understand it. You do not have to be here today, so I understand that, but I appreciate that. What troubles me is several weeks ago, as a matter of fact, on, I believe it was 6/29 of 23, we received a letter from Miss Melissa Chandler, and I suspect that she reports to you. And I'll read the portion that really, really troubles me. And Commissioner Rice and I immediately met with our now Assistant County Manager, Scott Morgan, in his office, and had a conference call in that regard. And it was a letter that Ms. Chandler sent to Scott regarding, and it basically says, specifically an approximate 1 mile segment of US 50 from south of Zephyr Cove Resort, misspelling there, but anyways, north to north of Round Hill Pines will be, not can be, is studied, will be temporarily reconfigured. And that term really bothered me. And I think Commissioner Rice remembers that conversation. And that's what spurred our request to have you come before us today, or even perhaps Ms. Chandler, because that seemed like a very arbitrary term, and it didn't give us any choice. It didn't appear to give us any choice. And it said from mid-July to the end of August, probably the busiest time that we're going to experience in the Tahoe Township. And so being mid-July, and the soonest we could get this on an agenda was today. So obviously we were past the mid-July point, that we're July 20th. So now you're telling me that the demonstration process has, again, I just want to make sure we're very clear, has been put on the shelf again. It's not going to happen here in the next month.
That's correct.
Okay. And whose decision was that?
A decision was made by my boss, the director of the Department of Transportation, based on feedback we got from our transportation board and based on the public comment received last board meeting.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I think our residents appreciate that as well. I think we've seen enough demonstration projects, honestly, over the last 6 weeks that have occurred, not only the 4th of July weekend, but also just this last weekend with American Century Championship at Edgewood, where traffic was backed up for miles on Friday and Saturday, miles. And if we eliminated one of those lanes going in, we would have traffic all the way into Reno, I suppose, or even possibly on the other side of the state border down to Sacramento. So I think honestly, I think you've seen your demonstration project, what happens when you eliminate down to 3 lanes. I do appreciate the safety concerns of residents getting into their neighborhoods. That is a concern. But there needs to be some other method of doing so, and perhaps trying to buy the necessary property to expand that, to perhaps have the ability to put 5 lanes in. I don't know. I'm not a traffic expert. But that seems to be something that I would encourage you to look at. I identified the same thing that Commissioner Tarkanian did and Commissioner Noasad did in regards to the increased enforcement. And by no means, Commissioner Tarkanian, was I trying to cut this conversation short. I just knew that the rest of us had questions also, and we needed to get to those. So that's all I'm trying to do. We can take, as far as I'm concerned, the rest of the evening on this item, because that's what our residents want, okay? So I'm good with that. The no parking along Highway 50 seems to be one of the most obvious things to me that could be accomplished. Now, and I suggested buying a lot of red paint and going up and down the curbs and painting red paint, but then Commissioner Rice tells me there's no curbs up there. So that's not an option, okay? But perhaps, I don't know, additional no parking zones and having an officer sit at either end with a ticket book. I think he could fill a ticket book on an hourly basis based on the parking. And I tell you what, when somebody parks there and you go up and you walk up and you give them a ticket, and if they don't want to move it, then you have it towed. And I realize that we have a lack of towing facilities and a lack of towing yards, but we could build quite a collection of cars, I believe, by doing so, okay, and make them available maybe to the public. Anyways, those are just some offhand things that I can think of. I still, and I've expressed this in meetings before, is my concerns about a roundabout at Spooner Summit. And my observations are that after a driver, including myself, by the way, I'm no more innocent than any other driver. Okay, when you go up Highway 50 up to Spooner out of Carson City, you're probably traveling, even though it says 55 miles an hour, I believe it is, you're traveling sometimes at the rate of 70 miles an hour. And you come over that summit, or you go through the Cave Rock Tunnel and then around that traffic, and you break out into traffic, then you're picking up speed as well. And as you approach Spooner Summit, that's probably why, is because people are speeding up after those two things occur. And so by putting a roundabout, it just seems to me that as you come over that summit at 70 miles an hour and then try to slow down to a roundabout, you're going to have more rear-end accidents than ever occur in this corridor here of Zephyr Cove to Browndale Pines than ever has happened. And the problem with that, of course, is when you have cars running into the rear end of other cars, it's pushing it into oncoming traffic or other traffic. I see that as a major, and I won't use the word I want to use, but I'll just say I use a mess, a cluster, okay? And you can add whatever you want to it. So I see, while I appreciate, once again, your concerns about, and we've heard the issues of TRPA trying to encourage people to get out of their cars and get onto bicycles, but, bicycles have their place. I don't believe they're on Highway 50. I don't believe they're on state highways, okay, period. Once again, I appreciate you putting the project back on the shelf, and once again, I hope that we don't have to have a forum like this again, because there's got to be some other answers to that. I have some greater concerns here in Douglas County. I'm also a member of the Nevada Association of Counties as a sitting commissioner. And I met a lady by the name of Colleen Unterbrink, right? Is she still with your department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so shortly after meeting her, she came on board in September, I believe it was, of 2021. And I invited her down to the county to give her a hand tour, car tour of choke points I see in our county. And we got in my truck here and we drove down to Jacks Wright Pass. We went up to Jacks Valley Road and beyond that, and then down Foothill. We have some tremendous opportunities for safety concerns and safety mitigation in our county that are, to my opinion, or at least to my notice and observation, are not being addressed. And we have a tremendous problem with an intersection of Riverview, Waterloo, and 395, where we have a very constrained traffic issue there, and people getting into one lane coming off 395 going into the highest density population area we have in our county, the Gardenville Ranchos. We have a need for left-hand turn lanes into the Topaz Ranch Estates area off of 208. The biggest checkpoint I see right now also is the Genoa Lane issue. And I haven't heard anything about the Genoa Lane issue in 3 years, where we have traffic that's trying to come off of Genoa Lane and get into ongoing traffic across 395 going north on that, and there's no merge lane there going north or south. I'm being told that I'm a field of the, okay, by doing the other choke points. Okay, but all I'm saying is that, so I'll try to bring it back to this, Zach. Thank you for that. So I appreciate it. Mr. Wadley, I should say. Okay, but I'm just, you identify safety concerns, and I'm trying to identify other safety concerns within our county that are equally important to me. Okay, so I appreciate your ears today.
Absolutely.
Okay, and now Commissioner Hales, you can get on your soapbox.
I didn't mean to set myself up for the last word, but honestly, I do have some thoughts I want to share. I am a super big fan of bike trails, and I want a bike trail. Better not to have it where the cars are, at your elbow all the time. So I don't know how we make that happen, but I do want to say that I looked at the study goals that were included on our packet, page 1178, 6 study goals, and I just felt sorry for you because there's no way to accomplish all 6 study goals. It's a really, really tough task you're doing, and I appreciate you listening to the public comment, and I appreciate you trying to solve this puzzle out the best that you can. So those are 2 of my thoughts. And then another is, I have watched roundabouts work really, really well. On 88, we had some fatalities, several bad accidents, and now we have roundabouts. And you can still have accidents, but they're not fatalities. And they slow traffic down. And they're efficient to keep cars moving. They solve left turns. I am a big fan of roundabouts, and people can learn how to use them. I live a block away from a roundabout that had a lot of public opposition, and it has turned out to be a really, really good thing. It allows for pedestrians where previously pedestrians would not cross a 4-lane busy road, and now they do very safely. And it gets a lot more cars through. I think roundabouts might seriously be part of the solution here. And I hope that you'll, notwithstanding the chairman's observations, keep those in mind. And then I really just have one, I do want to say that I respect the opinions of traffic experts. I am not a traffic expert. And so wherever possible, I would want to support NDOT. But I will say that when the public has been so unanimous and so strong, so united for so long, it is not a doable thing to move forward, which you already said. And so I respect the public for making a difference, and I respect you for listening. I guess my last question would be, you've said you've indefinitely postponed. will there be an opportunity for more input if that decision is going to be looked at again?
Thank you for the question. Yes, there will. And Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, you didn't actually ask me a question, and neither did Mr. Vice Chair, but I have a couple of follow-ups on the points that you made, if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
Mr. Vice Chair mentioned parking. Parking's a huge challenge. We're doing our part to address that, and the enforcement and the towing that the chairman mentioned. Yes, that's a big part of that also. But yes, being cognizant of if we remove parking, where do those people go? That can be a part of the problem that we need to try to address too. As part of my slide, that's the Presbyterian Church entrance that you mentioned. This green section is where the demonstration was proposed. You mentioned between Zephyr and Round Hill. That's where you get into Zephyr Heights. Agreed, getting in and out of there is a challenge that needs some addressing. There's rumble strips there, but as I said, this preservation project, they're not across the road, they're along the road to keep you in your lane. This preservation project is maybe a little overdue, so it's been 13 years and those things wear out. So where appropriate, we're gonna use those to keep people in their lane. Let's see, also the letter that you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, Melissa Chandler's here with me today. The letter was not intended to come across as a strong arm. It was informational. I understand that it came across as strong arming you, telling the county what we were going to do. I apologize for that. It was intended to be informational, and the idea was being stuck in this indecision zone. The idea of having a temporary demonstration project was where that originated. And so on or about the end of June is when that idea came to be. That's why the short notice. And before our board meeting, which was last Monday, not this, we heard from the public, and we heard from the public about the timing, and we had the intent to come here today to talk to this commission about our plans. So, but you know our exact plans now. One of the comments that was raised before was that's one of our busiest times. That was part of this balance in our indecision was, do we do a demo section when it's not busy? And if we do, does it prove anything? That's also not a question back to you. It sounded like it, but it's not. The golf tournament included, right? That's an event. There's plenty of events, even besides July 4th, that happen along this corridor that traffic goes up or goes down. It's part of the challenge of this corridor. And also, you mentioned the red paint, and then I imagined I've seen red paint just painted on the side of the asphalt too. But really, the signs are enough for enforcement. If enforcement was an option, something we want to keep exploring with local law enforcement and state police. So I appreciate that comment. I understand your comments on a roundabout. I have the same concerns, and I have your same experience. So, Madam Commissioner, I appreciate the comments coming over the top of that hill. Well, we talked about it earlier in the hallway with one of the people you're going to hear public comment from is you have to slow those people down to about 25 miles an hour. We're worried about 50 miles an hour. So there's all these things that we're trying to balance in the engineering of trying to improve safety in the corridor. And before either your county manager or your deputy DA stops me, we're working on that Genoa Lane. We're working on the Genoa Lane acceleration. It's going to be in a very soon project to be added. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, so we've had this, and the reason we once again put this on the agenda for possible. Did any other commissioners have any follow-up on that? Okay, so Commissioner Nolasad, you do. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just make light of a little bit here. Has anybody ever been to the UK and gone through traffic circles there? Then you know.
I know how good they are.
And I don't argue, I don't argue that traffic circles have their purpose and benefit. I'm questioning whether or not that is the best place to put one is at that particular intersection, okay? I understand the benefits. And so I don't want to get my hand slapped again by our deputy DA, so I won't go any further into that, okay? So I am suggesting that we go to public comment. Commissioner Rice, you had an additional follow-up?
Yes, I did. I want to thank you for alleviating some of the fears of our audience here today by telling us that the demo section is not going to happen. So hopefully that will quell some of the public comment, because you can drive home tonight and not worry about having one less lane. So again, thank you. There have been a lot of people very concerned about the 3 lanes. And I think that you may have alleviated some of the concern. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Commissioner Tarkanian, is that you're teasing your fellow commissioner there with chocolate?
I'm trying to entice everybody to leave earlier so they see what they're waiting for. No, I concur with Commissioner Rice, but this is a public comment, but I think most of you are here to see this thing delayed or taken down, and now that we've had that, I sure hope you take that into consideration with your comments.
Thank you. So yes, we need to go to public comment on this. I do know that, so I want to remind you that, and I know a lot of you came for public comment on this. Mr. Tedford, I think you should be, I think you should relish the idea that they only have 3 minutes, and we had an unlimited amount of time. So, anyways, but I would remind the public also, as previous chairmen have indicated, you certainly you don't have to take your full 3 minutes. Number one. And in addition to that, if you're going to be repetitive of your previous comments, you can simply come to the microphone and say ditto if you wish to. But otherwise, each of you can have up to 3 minutes. And so we ask you to, once again, and I don't know that I mentioned it coming into this session, please silence your electronic devices so you don't interrupt the speakers. When you approach the podium, sign in. I guess Ms. Johnson is distributing the sign-in sheet out there. So, and state your name, and your minutes will begin after you state your name. So, welcome, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you for the record. Janet Murphy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. I just want to say, first of all, thank you for everybody being here, your outreach people, the people that really are concerned. And secondly, I'd like to thank the commission here for our support and for truly listening. And then thirdly, I would love to thank NDOT for also listening. And also, I'd like to extend that to the board as well of NDOT. And if you do anything, try the alternative. We need a center lane, and I believe that will. I sit on Dead Man's Curve for 31 years, and I truly believe that will slow down traffic, narrowing the lanes. Center lane will also divide the traffic and eliminate crashes. Thank you for your time.
See this? Elizabeth Bernhardt, Zephyr Cove. I brought this sign for you to remind you of 21, what happened on 50. Let me put it in. You just have heard a very excellent consultant about the flood mitigation program. And I think this is how NDOT should have approached Highway 50. Not treating us with contempt and ignoring the wishes of 90% of the residents up there. On Tuesday, a fatal collision occurred this week between a bus and an SUV between the 28 and 50 intersection at Spooner Summit. Simultaneous, there was the road construction NDOT is doing in Zephyr Cove, and when their traffic backed all the way back up into Zephyr Cove, where there were only 2 lanes, and we tried to create a middle lane for the first responders to get through, people took advantage of it and blocked that middle lane. This is the future of Highway 50 as I see it with the road diet. NDOT uses our safety concerns as leverage because it resonates with the residents. Yet, like the guy with a hammer who sees everything as a nail, they come back to the one solution, lane reduction. Why do we need further studies? I completely agree with the commissioners. They had since 2017 to research solutions, modern technologies, and I'm not a road expert either, but I think I became one by looking at all these web pages with their abilities. Modern technology has sophisticated tools to monitor and simulate traffic flow. Federal Highway Traffic Safety Administration has many answers to the scenarios we've run into here. They just need to be applied. Do we really believe that Highway 50 lane reduction is about safety? I personally was told by Cindy Gustafson of TARPA that they want the state line to state line bike path, and a cheap and quick way to get it is to steal one lane of each side of the highway. Despite the fact that there are 600 miles of bike paths already in the basin, which is the entire length of the New York subway system. And as to restricted space, 80% of the basin is federally owned. They are willing to literally throwing us under the bus. I urge and beg the commissioners to please come up with a resolution against this plan. And I appreciate all the comments you gave today. I really feel reassured that you're standing firmly behind us. Thank you.
Dave Nelson. I'm sorry NDOT left because the main reason I wanted to speak today. Oh, he's still here. Good. I was wondering, were you here in 2017 when you did the presentation? No. Well, I was. I was on the board at that point, and much of the discussion was very much the same, with the same results. We told NDOT at that point, no reduction of lanes on Highway 50. So our position has stayed very steady from what I've heard here today. And I hope NDOT will take us seriously as a county of 50,000 people who have a right to have our roads be as free as possible for our use and not for bicycles or other uses that really are out of place around the lake on that road. One of the issues is safety, as you mentioned. And I've been here for 20 years now, and I've driven that road many times, especially from Spooner going down to State Line. And the real issue is I've been passed going 50 miles an hour in a 45 zone like I'm standing still. And I always ask myself, where are the police when we need them? They're never there. I've hardly ever seen a policeman have a person stopped on that road in 20 years. So if you want to slow the people down, get up there and stop the speeders. That'll be the biggest safety thing you can do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Janine Nair for the record. Ditto some of the other comments, but this is really an overconstrained problem. NDOT certainly doesn't have responsibility to stop speeders. They're trying to listen to all the different constituents to a certain extent. I do wish that they had a comprehensive model of this whole span of highway, because I believe if you did the modeling and simulation, you would be able to see without doing demonstrations whether things could work or not, and you might be able to tweak things and dial things in a little better. But for the board, the idea of enforcement, I think, becomes really important. And I think adding a couple of sheriff's deputies is a lot cheaper than $7 million a year for Lake Link, which most of us are not ever going to use. That needs to be considered. Impairment is a major issue. Why don't we have DUI checkpoints up at the lake like they do down south? That's a very effective measure to get people to pay attention. For parking tickets, I talked to one sheriff's deputy who said, well, we can write the parking tickets, but somehow they're getting excused, whether it's through the judicial system or the DA's choosing not to pursue them. All of those things are part of the things we should be looking at, as opposed to putting all the pressure on NDOT to solve the safety problem. NDOT may be part of the problem, but they're not the entirety of the problem. So I applaud you, Mr. Tedford, for your bravery standing up here, taking all the slings and arrows. But I think that there are other approaches to use. And, sir, Mr. Gardner, absolutely coming to the conclusion that the bike lane does not need to be on 50, but a bike path somewhere else is something that we should be all pursuing. Thank you.
Chairman and Commissioners, I'm Robert Byron. I live on the east shore of Lake Tahoe, and I want to basically ditto everything that you've all said up here. I think you've asked all the right questions. For the record, I've attended and interacted with the CMP study team for all 4 of the public hearings and listening tours. It was clear to me, at least up until today, that the study team has either ignored or given lip service to the congestion, the wildfire evacuation, emergency response time, alpine driving conditions, infrastructure maintenance, and bicycle safety issues that have been addressed repeatedly by myself and the residents and neighbors. I'm not going to repeat any of this stuff because I think I heard something different today, and that is that NDOT does seem to be listening. You know, it's actually the first time I've ever really gotten that sense. But one thing I would like to point out, and this is more for NDOT's ears than anyone else, is that all of the analysis to date upon which they developed and promulgated their corridor management plan has been based on traffic averages, okay? That doesn't work up here. I mean, we need to look at peak traffic flows and speeds during peak times and over the holiday periods that have the peak traffic involvement. You know, what Melissa Chandler has stated is that we are going to look at averages on this demonstration. So whenever the demonstration happens, I hope to darn that we look at the peak issues and make some sense out of that, because otherwise that data is useless. So thank you very much. I'll turn it back over.
Thank you.
For the record, I'm Beth Wallace. I'm a 10-year resident of Zephyr Heights. All my notes that I was going to comment on are now scratched out because of some of the information that got shared today. So help me just understand. I don't know if you can answer from the crowd. We're not going to have a demonstration right now. We're going to get more public outreach and opinions. And then are you going to make a decision after that?
We can ask that question of Mr. Tedford after, but
Okay.
we'll write that down, sure.
My concern is if they come back to us with a decision, there's so much information that I hope you as a board ask and consider. What data are they looking at? I never could get a real clear understanding of, were they just looking at traffic flows, the number of bikers, accidents? How about a delay to motorists or research to support a reduction in lanes in a community like ours? An alignment, I mean, there are evacuation plans in this area. How is it aligned? And the feedback from the stakeholders, residents, police, and fire. I would like to know when and how this data will be presented. Most of us in this room who you've heard from before have been very frustrated by the lack of transparency. I have asked 4 times for information on the feedback we gave at the 4 public outreach sessions. And each time I was told, and I'm quoting this, all comments, all 575 that Mr. Tedford talked about, all comments will be made available to the public once the US 50 Corridor Management Plan is complete. Why shouldn't we as residents have access to that right away? I want to hear what the fire department says. I want to hear what the sheriffs say. I'd like to know within the next week when these public outreach sessions are going to be held. A lot of our residents leave by October 1st. What kind of outreach is that going to be? Sticky notes, public forum, back and forth, and so forth. And what is going to happen if your data doesn't support a decision to reconfigure the highway? Again, if they haven't answered those questions for you by the time they come back with a decision, I feel they must. So please provide us with specific data, total and true transparency, and quick feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening or late afternoon, Brett Tibbetts, K-Rock. I'm sorry, I don't share everyone's optimism here. All he said was they're not going to do the demonstration project now. Did he say they're not going to do it at all? I didn't hear it. So really my main point, and what I want to make, because I've scratched my comments too, I pray that you guys will pass a resolution unanimously opposed to lane reductions on Highway 50. I don't trust NDOT. I was here in November when Darren Tedford gave the annual report. I know, Commissioner Hales, you weren't on the board then, but he promised you he would come back to you before he did anything. He lied. He lied. We have an email, which I will be glad to share with you, from Sandra Rosenberg, who is on the same level as Mr. Tedford. It's copied to Mr. Tedford and the director of NDOT. To our group, which is hundreds of people at this point, they promised they would do nothing until they held community meetings. Because their community meetings last fall were a joke. They weren't meetings. You put Post-it notes on the wall. It was appalling. So they can say whatever the community input is that they want. And they're still touting that crap. Excuse me. That makes me very nervous about their intentions. So I really want to know, he just said we're not doing it now. If you're going to do a demonstration project and you know anything about engineering, as my dear friend Bob Byron says, you do it at the stress point. You do it at peak traffic. That means you do it now in August. You don't wait to the shoulder season. And I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to wait to the shoulder season and do a demonstration project that is meaningless so they can say, they can lie, I'm sorry, but they can lie about what the project will do. Thank you. Please pass a resolution.
Thank you.
Dana Tibbetts, also Cave Rock. My notes are pretty useless, but I just want to try to make a few points. I've been confused about jurisdiction, and there was discussion about authority, and so we obviously have some sort of a disconnect with, yes, the sheriffs have some authority over the roadways, but you don't have jurisdiction. So one of the questions I come away with is, where is this mandate for this plan actually coming from? Because it's not coming from us, it's not coming from you. Is it coming from NDOT? And it feels like a plan in search of a problem. Like we have to fit into a solution that isn't the solution we need. We have a problem. We need some solutions. And I'm really asking you guys to articulate a stance against this now, even if it seems like, yeah, the pressure's off. But what if this, the whole demo project, in my opinion, is nothing but the tail wagging the dog. The demo project is not scientifically very purposeful, useful, or valid for anything. So we're kind of chasing our tails. And I'm worried that this gets into a kick the can down the road situation, demobilize all this, energy from the community, and when you prick the balloon and then you go away and then you come back with the same thing. Well, we don't have the extra lane to kick a can down the road. We need to be proactive, and I'm hoping, given what I've heard from you guys today, that you will articulate your position of opposition against this now. And we have to be the ones, I guess, as the public, to create a mandate of our own against this. But we really need your help and support and leadership to make this happen. So I ask that you would do that. I do wonder where this mandate is coming from. I don't understand the agenda. And I feel like it's a rigged deal. Like they're waiting to get enough of the components in place and the derived data, which is not raw data, to make a case for this. And boy, they're just going to come swishing back in with the same old garbage that we've been hearing about for 5 years, and which the people have been very consistent, as you guys said. I appreciate the conversation. I apologize, Mr. Nawasad, for being rudely asking you to speak up, but I'm really glad I got to hear what you were saying.
Thank you.
For the record, Jeannie Shizuru, I'm stealing my comments from Phil Schloss, who I don't see here today, but he made a comment the other day about fire safety corridor. And people like Elizabeth Learnhardt and other people, they were in Paradise, so they know that this idea of an evacuation plan, this idea of lanes that people will cheat and do this and that's not just a luxury. So when Dana Tibbetts talks about a mandate, this is my vision for Douglas County, is that we do get bumper stickers that say fire safety corridor, keep 4 lanes, Highway 50, and we get as many of our residents of Douglas County to put them on their car, even if they don't want to mess up their window in their car. We get as many people as possible to put that bumper sticker on their car so that it's a constant reminder to all the commissioners and all the future commissioners and DAs or whatever that we are going to stand firm that if there ever is a catastrophic event in Lake Tahoe, we will be looking at our commissioners and we will be looking at NDOT for, look what you did to us. And I just want it for the citizens to remind ourselves that we are going to stand together on the 4 lanes on Highway 50.
Jason G. Gibson for the Maladministration Audit Council, Douglas County. I bet this did not fit anywhere within your strategic plan, Douglas County, 4 years ago, when you engineered the new entertainment facility, not thinking about the traffic, not thinking about a lot of things. How about this new organization coming out of Sacramento nobody's heard about? They got their act together. They got the whole area wrapped up into a master plan that we haven't been represented in. We don't even know what's happening. But they're going to have a big shindig up there with the governor, a bunch of rich Californians. And we're talking about a project that is so unfathomable with the problems that we've got now. One thing's for sure, this form of governance is not working, and you're not listening, and you're not getting it anytime soon. So the only way to stop this kind of thinking is to litigate, to organize, and to make sure these people are personally held accountable for the breach of their fiduciary responsibilities and their oath. Because that's all they're going to understand. They can't hear us. They have a mental block in their head. It does not work. It's a linear, closed captioned minority group of Caucasian white corporate subject citizens enslaved to an ideal that has no basis in reality, and their planning schematic has no basis in science. And when you talk about being a one-man show, rather than hiring a part-time person to take those phone calls and dialogue, he doesn't have the time for it, she doesn't have the time for it, none of them have the time for it. and they won't hire a part-time media assistant or a part-time secretary or delegate those responsibilities to dialogue with the general public and try to get some decentralized thinking and some comprehension around what people are saying and what they really need us to do. They just won't do it. And the county manager's not going to do it either. Patrick Cates isn't going to do it. Jennifer Davis isn't going to do it either.
Thank you. Additional public comment? So, Mr. Tedford, I guess there was a question that was asked by a member of the public, and I guess I think that's a relevant question. So, what is the plan going forward, and what can we expect out of NDOT?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to answer that.
Would that address your question? Okay.
I appreciate the opportunity to answer that immediately and not have to delay the follow-up. The additional outreach that I mentioned will be contacting all the citizens that we can contact. Every citizen in the county is represented here by yourselves, but the idea that we didn't get to the point you heard mention of sticky notes and trying to have creative ways of gathering public comment and opinions and ideas, we want to go to the public to do additional amount of outreach that is very specific. It is going to say multiple questions with the range of answers so that you can be presented with the information, so that the public can be presented, and also so our transportation board can be presented with answers to questions similar to, you understand that the Department of Transportation is considering lane reductions in the US 50 corridor. These are made for such and such reasons, and are you not at all supportive, somewhat supportive, neutral, supportive, or very supportive? What we haven't done to this point is gather that information from the public so it can be presented to you, to the public, to our board, to see what the cross-section of the population at the lake feels, and try to get a complete cross-section. That's going to be our next step in outreach. It's going to be very specific. We've done the general outreach with the ongoing corridor study, but that's going to be the outreach. It's a couple of questions like that, so we can gather as complete a set of data as possible.
Thank you. I did want to answer the other question, I think, and it was regarding to jurisdiction and that. As I understand it, not only does the NHP, but also our Sheriff's Department has authority for illegal parking, ticketing, and removal of the vehicle, as well as speed, in violation of speed. Those are basically the two.
Yes,
that
I
they're-
believe that to be true.
Okay. So anyways, I hope that addresses that. Okay. So, and perhaps we can talk to our sheriff about increasing their footprint on 50 during those times. So thank you.
Thank you.
And so I guess I'm asking, can we expect something back, a report back from you folks to us, this board, prior to any decisions that you make going forward in implementation?
Yes, sir.
I think that's critical to us, and I think that's critical to our
Understood.
constituents as well. Okay?
Understood, and
Okay.
I agree to that 100%.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your attendance today. I'll bring it back to the board then. Commissioner Tarkanian?
I was just going to say, instead of trying to make a motion today, as some had suggested, it seems like we should get the feedback that has been promised us.
While we indicate that it's for possible action, we don't have to take action. So, I just wanted to make sure that the public had an opportunity to participate and make their vents also. So, I know how we wanted to, and they should have that opportunity as well on this particular important item. So anyways, with that, we thank Mr. Tedford for his attendance today, and Ms. Chandler also. And then did you have a follow-up comment? No.
Just
Okay.
say thank you very much.
Okay, thank you again. Yeah, appreciate it. Okay, so with that, then we can go to item number 2. We have item number 2, we have board member reports and also closing public comment. So at this time, we'll go to item number 2, and that's being presented by Commissioner Hales. I read that into the record earlier, but I'll read it back into the record again. Thank you, residents for participating today. Your input is absolutely critical to this board. Okay, so item 2 for presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2023-1612. I'm sorry, ordinance 2023-1621. I'm a little dyslexic here. An ordinance amending Chapter 2.06 of the Douglas County Code Planning Commission to allow members of the Douglas County Planning Commission to serve on boards, commissions, committees, and other appointments by the governor of the state of Nevada, and this is the first reading. So this is for presentation only today, and then we'll come back later for action in whatever the required time frame is. Commissioner Hales, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. This came up because a member of the Planning Commission was invited to, potentially had the opportunity to serve on a statewide board unrelated to planning in Douglas County. But this language seemed to prevent that. And so I thought it would be a good idea to revise this language a little bit to allow members of the Planning Commission to serve on other boards. I want to note that this does not address conflicts. So if there was another board that if they were a member of that other board, they had inherent conflicts of interest under the Nevada ethics law, then that would still apply, and they would not be allowed to serve in both capacities unless they resolve the conflict. This would allow members of the Planning Commission to hold other public office not in conflict and shall hold no other public office within Douglas County. Adding that language means if they wanted to hold another office statewide, that would be okay.
Okay.
I've since this time I've had a constituent suggest you could have just said shall hold no other elected public office. And, that's certainly an option. It would delay adoption of this language by a month because we would have to have a first reading again. But it would be a more simple solution. And I'm fine with that.
I'm also thinking, if you don't mind my comments now, I'm also thinking that might be more declarative than and definitive than this. That's all I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I think I prefer the word elective public office, and that certainly gives a clear understanding of what we're talking about.
Yes,
So-
I like that. Do you mean insert elected or replace elected public office, period?
I don't know. I will accede to legal counsel on that one.
Yeah, Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. So you have an ordinance that's for introduction. There's a certain amount of discussion that can occur, with the board and the board providing direction to Commissioner Hales, who's the proponent of the ordinance. After this, the county staff will work with Commissioner Hales to determine whether or not she wants to proceed in this form to a second reading or make some amendments to the ordinance and redo it on a first reading. Did you understand that, Charlotte?
I couldn't quite hear everything you said.
Okay, so county staff will work with Commissioner Hales to determine the final language of the ordinance, whether she wants to proceed to a second reading and possible adoption of the existing language that was proposed today, or some different language that would go through the process.
I can tell you right now, I guess my preference would be let's get some good language, even if it delays a month. And I think that our intent is clear, and so if that person needs to accept or a position, they probably could go ahead and this will be done soon enough. Kind of how I feel.
Okay, what I'm thinking is that if we go with this language and then bring it back for a second presentation, then we can amend it then, but then that would then have to come back to us for presentation only item, and then it would delay it another month. So if you bring back another item that says presentation only, then you could amend that language and then we only have the one more process. Are you good with that? You follow that? Okay, in other words, rather than going to a second reading on the next board meeting, you could put for presentation only item that has that language in it. for
So we
elective
just do
office.
another first
Then we
reading.
just do another first
That's
reading.
fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, right?
But first,
Okay.
let's make sure if everyone else is okay with this concept.
Well, that's a good idea. Commissioner Turkey, any feelings, Commissioner Nosad, any feelings? Okay. Commissioner Rice?
I'm good with it.
Okay, so that's what we're not taking any action anyway, so, and we're not having public comment, but that's just a suggestion, so, okay. So you make the decision, do you want to come back to a second reading, or you make the decision you want to come back with another presentation-only item? Yep. Okay, good. Okay, okay, so we can dispense with item number 2 then. We've done that. Okay. And so now we'll go to item number 7 for presentation only. Announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and/or commissions that they may be a member of or liaison to, or meeting functions that they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future board item. And I think I'm going to go to, I try to change this up. Commissioner Nosad, do you have anything to report? Okay.
The Regional Transportation Committee met today, and 6 minutes to run the entire meeting, 3 minutes of which was the prelude to offering an agenda 1, item 1, and then we got rid of that in the next 3 minutes. So it was pretty cool.
Commissioner Tarkanian, anything? Commissioner Hales? I can do that. That's fine. So as I would indicate that tomorrow I'll be leaving for Austin, Texas for the National Association of Counties annual convention and returning next Monday morning, or Tuesday morning, I'm sorry, after the conference. So I look forward to representing our county in that regard. Secondly, I had an opportunity with the Chamber of Commerce last Monday to tour the event center, and it's coming along nicely. Obviously, there's been a couple, they were supposed to have already had their keys and open by now, in fact, a couple weeks ago. But because of electrical issues and switching equipment, there was a delay in that. They're supposed to now open with a soft opening in a small group around September 1st. And as I look at it and just walk around that center, I'm just speculating that 6 weeks of they're going to have to cram about 3 months worth of work into 6 weeks, but that's up to them. So hopefully they can get that accomplished. But anyways, obviously for those of you who don't know it, it has been announced that they have signed a minor league hockey team, and so with the help of Tim Tebow, a football player, hockey team, football, whatever, the East Coast Hockey League. So we're anxiously awaiting for the designation of who their affiliate is and what their name will be. And I believe they've opened that to public comment. So, and now I understand why Commissioner Hales was waiting for my comments so that she could, we're graced with the whole gaggle of the crew of the Hales family. So anyways, Commissioner Hales, I'll accede to you now, then I'll shut up. So
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
I appreciate this moment of personal privilege. This is some of my family who are coming into town. We have 2 of our sons and 4 of our grandkids and 1 daughter-in-law, and we're happy that they are here to, I'm glad to show them off.
And I love the cowboy hat, by the way, if you can't tell, so.
All 4 of our kids spent all their school years here in Douglas County and graduated and are thriving, and we're delighted with the education they got here, and I appreciate them coming in. I'll just share a couple things. Commissioner Rice and I were able to do a Leviathan mine tour, and that was very informative, and I'm glad that I understand that better, and I'm appreciative to our friends who are keeping our water clean. I went to a Sierra Nevada Republican women meeting where Andrea Pauling and Kate Morales O'Neill presented, and they did a really fine job, and I appreciate our staff it being such good representatives. On July 4th, my husband and I went to Minden, Gardnerville, and Genoa celebrations, as well as South Lake Tahoe fireworks, and we felt very happy with our communities. Lastly, I want to mention that tomorrow there is a microtransit meeting, and on the agenda are several options and price tags for what extended service into Douglas County might look like. And I'm sure there won't be any decisions made, but I'm happy that we're in those discussions, and I'll, of course, bring back information to you as this moves along. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Hales, and welcome the Hales family. So glad to have you here. You could have come we started at 10, you know. You could have come at 10. And although I don't know that you could have found a chair at 10. So anyways, okay, so with that, thank you very much, commissioners, and we'll go to closing public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Before we do that, I just want to, now that we've had the good news, I want to share a little bad news. The head of TTD, his wife passed away, and so Carl will not be with us for a couple of weeks while he tries to get everything together. So we do have a South Shore Transit Authority meeting, I guess tomorrow on Zoom, and I'm sure that we'll be discussing that more on that call. So I just wanted to make you aware.
Thank you, and please share our condolences to Mr. Hasty in that regard. So, okay, we'll go to closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. Public comment.
Kids, this is going to be heavy. You might want to step out.
Thanks for coming, guys.
Jason Gibson with the House of Gibson. I want to talk about the kind of crooked representation practiced in this county by your county manager, Stephen Walsh, who has circumnavigated letters of administration to force the sale of my personal estate. I appeared before Nathan Young on Tuesday of this week to watch this man lie through his teeth about my home and about his effort to try to push the sale of my home for his commission. You ordered him to produce an audit. I asked him for the fruits of his audit. He won't provide them. I didn't see them in our agenda packet. Did you? He's your employee. I'm going to see to it that he loses his bond. I'm going to make sure that everybody knows what kind of practices are being endorsed by this county of yours. It's not our county, it's your county, obviously. Guilty by association. This board brought Donald Trump to this county twice. And last year when they brought him, he brought 25,000 KKK redneck Proud Boy Oath Keepers and his thugs to our county. There's never been a president in 234 years that's been indicted like Donald Trump. Over 50 felony charges and now a third indictment for the obstruction of the elections in Georgia. That doesn't even include the insurrection indictments that are coming. He's going to have over 100 felony charges, guilty by association. Donald Trump is the king of commerce in Douglas County. I was told recently by elders that Douglas County is the highest per capita income county in the country. Not just in the state of Nevada, in the country. It is the cesspool of fraud and corruption. And we're quite convinced of that when you see the reckless belligerence of the way these folks are taking our home, our investment, and are destroying our quality of life, forcing us to have to relocate from this area. I'm looking to quicken the measures by which we can hold each and every one of you accountable for violating your oath and your pledge. We're looking to take every measure we can to hold you guilty for the exposure of Douglas County to criminal cartels and organizations like Donald Trump. And I hope that you think real good about what we're saying here today.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Is there any additional public comment here? Sensing no additional public comment, I hereby call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.